The quorum being present, the Committee on Foreign Affairs will come to order. The committee is meeting today for consideration of H.R. 3205, the Project Precursor Act, H.R. 3203, the Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act of 2023, H.R. 3202, the Assad Regime Anti-Normalization Act, H.R. 3099, Special Envoy for the Abraham Accords Act, Resolution 81, calling on the President to support the creation of a special tribunal for the punishment of the crime of aggression against Ukraine, Res. 377, calling for the immediate release of Evan Gershkovich, a United States citizen and journalist who was wrongfully detained by the government of the Russian Federation in March of 2023. Res. 272, calling on the government of the Russian Federation to immediately release United States citizen Paul Whelan, and H.R. 1176, the Taiwan International Solidarity Act. Pursuant to the Committee Rule 4, the Chair may postpone further proceedings on approving any measures or matters or adopting an amendment. Without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any point. Without objection, all members will have 5 days to submit statements or extraneous materials into the record. Pursuant to House rules, I request that members have the opportunity to submit views for any committee report that may be produced on any of today's measures, and without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 3205, the Project Precursor Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill. Does the ranking member have any opening statements?
I just wanted to open up by, and start this morning by mentioning the unfortunate attack on our colleague Jerry Connolly's office earlier this week, and in particular that my thoughts are with the staff that were injured as a result. This culture of using violence to address political differences, I think on both sides, must end. We can't continue to tolerate it, and I'm grateful to hear that the staff who were injured are now home from the hospital. And
thanks for bringing that up. Violence is not the answer, and our thoughts and prayers go out to Mr. Connolly's staff, and really, it's very unfortunate. And I appreciate you bringing that up. I call up now H.R. 3205, the Project Precursor Act. Bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 3205, to disrupt the international fentanyl supply chain and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. First, as the ranking member said, I want to start by recognizing the reprehensible actions committed against our colleague, Mr. Connolly, from Virginia. The recent attacks against his office staff are completely out of bounds, and I condemn them in the strongest terms. I hope your staff will make a quick recovery, and we're praying for them and wishing them the best. Now to the topic at hand. We are facing a drug epidemic, the likes of which we've never seen. Fentanyl is being trafficked over our southern border from Mexico. It's killing thousands of Americans and ravaging communities like the ones in my home state. My children have seen the effects of this carnage firsthand. My son has attended multiple funerals, and my oldest daughter. Synthetic opioids, primarily fentanyl, killed more than 100,000 Americans last year alone. That's nearly double the number of deaths in the entire Vietnam War over 2 decades. We know where this is coming from. Communist China is supplying the illicit precursors that are used to produce fentanyl. The CCP is flooding Mexican ports like Manzanillo and Lázaro Cárdenas with these precursors. Once they're transported into the interior, the cartels use clandestine labs to produce these chemical weapons and then traffic fentanyl across our border. And I use that term weapon for a reason. It's time to classify illicit fentanyls for what they are, chemical weapons, which Communist China purposefully turn a blind eye to, and drug cartels use to perpetrate the mass killing of Americans. My bill today will start that process by ensuring the Secretary of State takes steps to schedule fentanyl and its precursors under the Chemical Weapons Convention. This is about putting pressure on Russia, where in 2002, security forces used synthetic opioids and killed almost 200 people during a hostage crisis. It's also about putting pressure on China in the international forum. It's about holding them accountable. Fentanyl is a national security threat, but it's also caused an epidemic that's taken the lives of so many of the most vulnerable in our society, our children. I'd like to recognize one family that knows this better than the rest of us. Miss Dina Loudon is in the audience today with her sister, Miss Paula Butler. Dina and Paula, will you please stand and be recognized? Thank you. Dina's son, Matthew, is a graduate of Montgomery County Public Schools, had a bright, promising future ahead of him. Dina has described him as her, quote, pride and joy, a great son, brother, a friend, who often put the needs of others before his own. In 2020, Matthew just turned 21 years old when he took what he thought was Percocet. It was not what he thought it was. It was fentanyl, and he tragically passed away. He simply didn't wake up. Dina, I know we can't compensate you for your loss, but I want you to know that there's a strong bipartisan effort in this Congress to end this epidemic and hold those responsible accountable. We will continue to do everything we can to end the flow of illicit narcotics into this country. I'd also like to recognize members of SOUL, Surviving Our Ultimate Loss, a support group for mothers who have lost a child to drug overdose. Roxanne Wood, who's also with us here today, is one of the founding mothers of SOUL. Her son, Donnie, was a graduate of Salisbury University and died of an opioid overdose in 2015 at the age of 32. We're so sorry for your loss. And finally, Mary Bell is a mother of Amelia Jane Bell Andrews. Amelia was a 28-year-old who earned a scholarship to Georgetown University and wanted to become a neuroscientist. She died of fentanyl poisoning in 2021. Roxanne and Marie, thank you for standing to be recognized. And thank you for sharing your stories and having the courage to come here today for this important markup. You are the reason we are here today. And I assure you that none of my colleagues take your loss or this problem lightly. My legislation has been endorsed by the victims of illicit drugs, also known as VOID. I'd like to offer a statement of support from them into the record. And without objection, so ordered. I'd also like to submit a separate letter from 18 state attorneys general, both Republican and Democrat, who asked President Biden to designate fentanyls as a weapon of mass destruction. I'd like to enter this into the record as well without objection, so ordered. They said that waiting to do this would, quote, be the same type of reasoning that kept the government from investigating foreign nationals learning to fly, but not land planes in the lead up to September the 11th, end of quote. The bill takes several actions. First, as mentioned, it directs the Secretary of State to seek to amend the Chemical Weapons Convention to include fentanyl substances. By adding these chemicals to the treaty, we are not calling for all precursors to be banned outright, but rather ensuring that they receive a heightened level of scrutiny because they can be incredibly dangerous. This bill also assists the Mexican government in disrupting the fentanyl supply chain by authorizing certain law enforcement programs and requiring strict accounting on the effectiveness of them. Lastly, the legislation also provides for the ability to sanction banks, individuals, and transnational criminal organizations complicit in the trafficking of this chemical weapon. This is a generational crisis that requires bold action and thinking outside the box. So that's what we're doing. This is not Dina Loudon's fight or Sol's fight alone. It is all of ours to fight. And with that, I want to thank you, the family members, for being here today. And with that, I yield back. And the ranking member is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, nearly every day, we are faced with heartbreaking news about the opioid crisis and its devastating impact on American families. And I, too, want to acknowledge Ms. Dina Loudon, who lost her son, Matthew, and the others that are here, all of the friends and families. I want to convey my deepest sympathies for all of the lives that have been taken prematurely as a result of fentanyl. And I'm aware of an urgency related to fentanyl overdoses. And as the ranking member of this committee, I believe we have to work together because we have a responsibility not only to protect our national security, but to bring greater national awareness in order to address the public health crisis, the stigmatization of addiction, and provide treatment so that we can save more lives. With that in mind, Chairman McCall and I had our teams negotiating late into the evening last night in this bipartisan effort. And while I still believe further changes to the bill are important, I do want to thank Mr. McCall, Chairman McCall, for engaging in that conversation and willingness to negotiate in good faith. I think many of the changes secured to this bill will indeed strengthen this legislation. And there's no question there are many strong parts of this bill. The sanctions sections closely mirrors the agreement reached by our Senate colleagues Tim Scott and Sherrod Brown, and is currently co-sponsored by 15 Democrats and 15 Republicans from all wings of both parties. And I look forward to working with Mr. McCall and my Republican colleagues to introduce a similar bipartisan bill on this side of the Capitol. I also appreciate that we are authorizing a program at the State Department in this legislation that will bolster our cooperation with Mexican authorities to interdict fentanyl and prevent it from reaching our borders. Overall, this measure shows that we can come together in a bipartisan manner to begin the process of addressing the challenges which would have the desired impact of reducing the number of fentanyl deaths and interrupting transnational organizations involved in trafficking illegal substances, including fentanyl, to the United States. So, because of this work and working together, I clearly and wholeheartedly support this bill as amended, and think that we need to continue to bring the attention to all people of the United States of America so that they know that the United States Congress feels their pain, recognize our responsibility, and will do all that we can to bring this pain to a halt. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Yeah, I want to thank the ranking member and the staff for working late in the evening to get to a bipartisan resolution of this bill. I think I agree with you, Mr. Meeks, that you it made it a stronger bill at the end of the process, and that's what the American people, I think, want and deserve from Congress, is for us to work across the aisle to get good things done for the American people on such an important issue as this. This should not be a partisan fight. It should be a unified fight with one voice in this Congress, and that's what we have achieved, and I appreciate your willingness to work with me. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Ms. Manning is recognized. No. Can you give me your names?
We had this last week. We need to get this. Oh, sorry, I'll come back. No. This is only temporary. Thank you, Chairman McCall, Ranking Member Meeks. I am glad that we, as a committee, are working to address the horrific epidemic of fentanyl facing our country, which has claimed more than 100,000 lives in just 1 year. And my heart goes out to all the families, including the guests in our chamber today, who have lost family members to fentanyl. In my home state of North Carolina, we experienced a 22% increase in overdose deaths in just 1 year, the highest number of overdose deaths on record, and more than 77% of those overdose deaths likely involved fentanyl. There are many steps we can and should be taking as a committee to crack down on fentanyl coming from abroad. And there are several good policies mentioned in an article that came out yesterday in Foreign Affairs entitled "Why America is Struggling to Stop the Fentanyl Epidemic." And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request unanimous consent to insert this article into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
I support several of the provisions in this bill to strengthen our response to the flow of fentanyl and to act against foreign countries and transnational criminal organizations who should be held responsible. One provision which I believe demands a closer look is Section 201, which would require the executive branch to declare fentanyl as a chemical weapon under the Chemical Weapons Convention. There is no question that fentanyl is an extremely harmful and deadly killer, and we must do more to prevent its illegal manufacture and spread into the United States. However, one of the challenges we face is that fentanyl is produced from chemicals with legitimate pharmaceutical uses. So we should certainly look to do everything we can to target the illicit drug use of fentanyl while recognizing this reality. Second, while fentanyl can and may be weaponized, preventing the proliferation of synthetic opioids on our streets is a separate threat and policy challenge, requiring different tools than those required to limit the use of chemical weapons of mass destruction from an arms control standpoint, which is the purpose of the Chemical Weapons Convention. Mr. Chairman, I think it would be worthwhile for us to first better understand the need for a chemical weapons designation of fentanyl in a classified setting. Second, to examine how dealing with fentanyl from this approach might affect, overlap with, or undermine our existing counter-narcotics and counter-WMD efforts. For one, it should be noted that the CWC already prohibits the use of any toxic chemicals, including fentanyl, if they are used as weapons, whether the specific chemical agents are listed in the CWC schedule or not. For instance, even though chlorine is an unscheduled chemical not listed in the CWC Annex on Chemicals, the OPCW has nonetheless successfully investigated and confirmed chlorine strikes in Syria. In other words, fentanyl can still be considered a chemical weapon, whether we explicitly designate it in this bill or not. However, carefully examining what we add to that schedule will help ensure that the vital resources for organizations like the OPCW are not unnecessarily diverted from critical existing efforts to inspect, monitor, and destroy chemical weapons like the use of sarin gas. Overall, I believe the United States has a major role to play in working with other countries in multilateral forums and international organizations backed up by the threat of sanctions, and I would be glad to work with the chairman and members of the committee on both sides of the aisle to advance these policies and ideas under our jurisdiction to prevent this horrific crisis devastating our communities and our country. And with that, I'd like to yield to the chairman or any of my colleagues. If none of them want the time, then I yield back the balance of my time.
The lady yields back. Any further discussion? Mr.
Chairman?
Wagner's recognized. Okay. Sorry. Get you down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I first do want to recognize the families that are here with us today. We are heartbroken for your loss. heartbroken by your loss as a mother, as a grandmother. I want to thank the chair for offering this critically important bill to attack the opioid epidemic that is devastating American communities. Fentanyl is a chemical weapon, and it is fueling a national tragedy of unthinkable proportions. #1 killer of young people 19 to 45. Over 300 deaths every single day because of this chemical weapon. The chairman's bill takes long overdue action to ensure that fentanyl, its precursors, and analog substances are covered under the Chemical Weapons Convention. This designation will deter adversaries from unleashing this deeply dangerous chemical to advance their destabilizing agendas. And the legislation further empowers the United States to punish through sanctions and transnational criminal organizations that are involved in fentanyl trafficking. It goes after them through those sanctions, as well as the banks and the payment apps that are knowingly profiting from this national tragedy and crisis. I wholeheartedly support this legislation, and I urge each of my colleagues to advance it. And I again thank the chair for his work on the Protect Precursor Act, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Generally yields back. Any further discussion? Mr. Keating's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take a moment to thank the families for being here and the importance of that. This committee has a portfolio that deals with global issues, wars, all kinds of international crises, yet this is a priority of ours, and in large measure because of the work of family members. As a district attorney, someone that served a dozen years as a district attorney, started one of the first task force on opioid drugs over 20 years ago in Massachusetts, dealt with families in the process, started an organization in Massachusetts called LearnToCope.org, where family members work together to give each other support and understanding and share their experiences. I've also witnessed the work of family members so vital to moving legislation and progress forward. And it was done with great courage, and it was done with a sense of selflessness. There's nothing that can be done to take back the loss, the profound loss that you've suffered. Indeed, in my own family, I've lost a family member to opioid drugs as well. But I know this, in dealing with the families, I know this with your presence here, your primary objective is to make sure that what you and your family have experienced in your life never happens to another family again. And I know that from dealing with so many families that have suffered such excruciating losses. And I duly appreciate not being here today, but what you've done every day to help advance this cause. We couldn't be here dealing with these issues without the support, the selfless and courageous support of families. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Mr. Baird is recognized. Mr. Self is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this bill. I simply want to point out this bill is more sanguine than I am about the cooperation of the Mexican government. We have recent experience of major equipment falling into the hands of our adversaries, and I think that that is entirely possible here. I appreciate the fact that in 1 year they are supposed to give us a report, and I quote here, "The extent to which any part of the government of Mexico has refused to work with the United States or otherwise obstructed, paused, or unnecessarily delayed by bilateral security cooperation with respect to disrupting the flow of covered fentanyl substances." My concern is that we will be giving them equipment that could be turned on us, that could be used against us. It's simply a concern, and I look forward to following that report in 1 year. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Yeah, I look forward to following up with you as well. I'm going down to Mexico at the end of this month to look at our international law enforcement operations, particularly this port where they come into. If we can have the right technology, canines, to stop the precursors at the port, we can stop them at its root cause. But I look forward to further discussions with the gentleman. Any further discussion? Ms. Madeline Dean is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this legislation and the work that you've done across the aisle to make sure we lift up this extraordinarily important issue. To the mothers and the sisters and the family members, may God bless your loved one. May God bless your families. And we thank you for being here. It cannot be easy, but you help us in our work to lift up this extraordinary public health crisis, international crisis, frankly. We all know that fentanyl is wreaking havoc in our communities, and sadly, you know it as close as anyone. We are losing more than 108,000 people a year. That is 300 people every day. Today, yesterday, tomorrow, 365 days a year. I call it a jetliner a day. Souls crashing to the earth, wreaking havoc on families, on communities, where they work, where they pray, just leaving children behind, leaving mothers and fathers behind. The CDC estimates that about 70% of those deaths are fentanyl related. As some of you know, I have a deeply personal care for this issue. My son Harry is an opioid addict. He is now 10 years in long-term recovery. We are so thankful for that, but we know too many children, his friends, our friends, who have been lost. He's now working in that field of recovery, trying to help others. I wear this band on my arm representing Jake Smart, a young man, 24, lost a year ago to fentanyl poisoning. And I want to be clear, you don't have to be an addict to be taken by fentanyl. I bring no shame to addicts. I know that is an absurdity that somehow our society has imposed upon those who struggle with the disease of addiction, but you don't have to be an addict. We have to educate the public, our children, anyone who might be experimenting with drugs. You might go online, think you've bought a Percocet, and you don't wake up. We have to do everything in our power. We do know that China is the primary source of illicit fentanyl, the precursors coming by way of Mexico. Mexican cartels obviously are extraordinarily responsible for this poisoning of our children, and not just children. Sadly, last year at the border, legal ports of entry, we seized enough fentanyl in a single year to kill the entire population of the United States. Seized at ports of entry, mostly being brought in by American citizens. We also know, and I was at a summit with DEA, the RX summit in Georgia a couple of weeks back. DEA says there is enough fentanyl, sadly, in country right now to kill the entire population of the United States multiple times over. The problem is here. It continues to come here, but it is here. And now, sadly, it is going globally. The prices are coming down here because the market is so saturated, and we're losing 300 people a day. So we have an obligation to fix this. I'm proud to serve as a co-chair of the Bipartisan Fentanyl Prevention Caucus. There's so much more we have to do. We have to come at this from absolutely every angle, based on the facts, the science, taking away stigma and misinformation. So I'm pleased that there's agreement on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. We have to think outside the box to save our children. We have to educate our children as to the dangers that are out there. And so I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record the truth about fentanyl trafficking, one article, and then a fact sheet. Biden-Harris administration announces strengthened approach to crack down on illicit fentanyl.
Without objection, as so ordered.
And I'll close with this. I think often of the poem hundreds of years ago by John Donne, "Do not ask for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee." So don't think this is somebody else's problem. And I have a feeling this is a room full of people who know somebody who's been touched by this. And we have people directly impacted by this. The bell tolls for us. We must do everything in our power, and I yield back.
Generally yields back. Any further discussion? Mr. Moskowitz is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank you for your efforts, and I want to thank the ranking member for working with you. You know, we know that this is an issue, something that we've seen a 30-fold increase in over the last couple of years. And I want to talk to the parents because, you know, my predecessor who held the seat, Ted Deutsch, you know, his nephew died from fentanyl. And being from the city of Parkland, going to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, seeing what happens when kids go to school and don't come home, I've seen what happens. I've seen families, I've seen the parents, I've seen parents bury their kids. There is nothing that can compare to watching a parent get that phone call and bury their kid. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy that we're depoliticizing this issue because that's the only way that we're going to make progress. And I'm hoping one day, just like we've recognized the data with fentanyl and we're taking action, I'm hoping one day we can also recognize the data of gun violence among school-aged children and that we too can depoliticize that issue for all those parents that have also buried their kids. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Mr. Mills is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you both for proposing this exceptionally important piece of legislation. You know, a lot of people, when they look at members of Congress, they assume that we have a certain type of background, not realizing that we all come from different walks of life. I grew up I'm a multi-generational Central Floridian, where drugs have continued to plague us through the what we call the I-4 corridor, and it's been a very big issue for us. You see, I know a little bit about this, and that's why my true heartfelt condolences to those who've lost someone. My father has suffered with addiction his entire life, spent over 30 years in prison. My mother still suffers with addiction and spent over 7 years in prison. And I came from a home whereby I bounced house to house until I was about 9 years old when my grandparents finally adopted me. And then I understood what it was to be a part of a nuclear family, but I watched as other members of my family continued to deal with issues with opioid addiction. And it would start out really as something simple, like my cousin who was a roofer, who had injured his back, went to the doctor, got a prescription, became addicted to that prescription, could no longer get additional scripts, so he started buying it freely on the market. And on numerous occasions, he had bought something that wasn't what he thought it was. And luckily, when he was overdosing, someone was there to actually call 911 and get the necessary care. That doesn't happen for everyone. I think that this is one of the key issues in America today is the illicit trafficking of not only fentanyl, but the propping up of the Mexican cartels and the actual intention of the Chinese to try and poison and to try and go ahead and degrade America. I once again thank you, Chairman McCall, for putting this forward, and also to the ranking member and to my colleagues, because you're right. This is not a Republican or a Democrat issue. This is an American issue. This impacts us all in one way or another. I thank you so much for putting this bill onto the floor. I hope that those who do suffer from the addiction get the necessary care that they need, like my mother needs. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Mr. Lawler is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to you and the ranking member for working together to advance this legislation. And I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Mills, and Ms. Dean for sharing their stories and thoughts. As Mr. Mills said, this is an American issue. This is not a Republican issue, a Democrat issue. All of us, either personally or through our communities, know people who have been impacted by this opioid and fentanyl epidemic. I held a roundtable discussion just about a month ago in my district with parents, providers, law enforcement, talking about this very issue and why it is so important that we take on the cartels, that we take on the Mexican and Chinese governments who are allowing for this, and worse than that, frankly, intentionally pushing it. Fentanyl is poison. It is poison, and it is intended to do harm. And I believe very strongly that anyone who is trafficking in fentanyl, lacing products with fentanyl, should be treated for what they are. They're murderers, period. Full stop. And for these families that are here today, all of our collective hearts break for you. No parent should ever have to go through this. But this is a crisis that is impacting every community, every family. No one is exempt from this. This isn't about being rich or poor, black or white. Every single community has been impacted by fentanyl pouring across our border and into our communities. Over 100,000 Americans are dying every year from opioid and fentanyl overdoses. It is a crisis that requires action. We've been talking about this for a very long time. And in the time that we talk about it, 300 Americans a day are dying. It is unacceptable. And it requires a level of enforcement against those who are responsible. It requires us listing fentanyl as a chemical weapon, because that is exactly what it is. It is designed to do harm. Substance use disorders are real. People struggle with them every day. My father was sober for 20 years when he died from alcohol. And when he died of cancer, even to his last breath, he remained sober. And I'm extremely proud of that. Would have been very easy at the end to just say, hey. But his sobriety mattered to him, and that sobriety had a huge impact on my life. And I think all of us, like I said, in one way or another, have been impacted. And nobody knows the details of somebody else's experience, but the reality is all of us have been impacted in one way or the other. And to these families, these mothers, thank you for your courage to be here today, to lift up the memory of your children, and to make sure that we do everything we can as legislators to ensure that no other family has to endure this. So thank you for being here with us today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Jackson's recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairman. To the family, I would like to say, extol my condolences and also my appreciation for you for coming out today. This feels more cathartic and cathartic, where we can have a confessional. I have had to bury 2 people this year that were family-related friends, young children in their 20s that died from this is a catharsis. correct myself, and it is sickening. And every time I think about the death, think about these young children, most recently in Lake Meadows and Prairie Shores in the south part of the city of Chicago, 3 children went out to have drugs. 3 fell asleep, 2 woke up, and 1 child had died, and it's affecting the rich, the poor, and to the industry. They should be served a notice for the long-term addiction that's keeping these children and families under this sort of financial burden for a decade or 2 having to pay. And I would ask my colleagues that to congratulate you for your enormous strength for paying your way here, to getting in the car, services to get here, to hold your head up, the amount of strength that it requires from you to not let your loved ones' memories die is the real essence of my compliment to you. You keep them alive so they are truly loved, and so long as we remember them and call their names, they never die, they'll never leave us. It's a pain that no parent ever wants to imagine and dream of. And I would like also just to be on the record to say, this is a man-made, manufactured substance. This and guns I put side by side when the leading cause of death for children is a man-made substance, and the leading cause of children is a man-made instrument for children in our nation. That's a sickness that I hope we move with all speed and alacrity to absolve this. Life should not be a burden. I'm praying for you. God bless. I yield my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Wilson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for your bill and your explanation that you will be going to the port in Mexico where there's been such importation, and tragically is the Chinese Communist Party being so involved, and how this impacts on every state and so many different families. And I'm really grateful that it's bipartisan, us working together with Congressman Jackson. I appreciate that he has South Carolina heritage. And I made a speech yesterday pointing out that in my home state of South Carolina, in the last 2 years, 1,500 persons have died because of fentanyl. Additionally, it's been a 35% increase in the last 2 years. And so this needs to be addressed, and I'm grateful that of the 18 attorneys general who are working to declare this a weapons of mass destruction, that the Attorney General of South Carolina, Alan Wilson, my oldest son, is on the letter. So this is an issue that needs to be raised, and the family members who are here, we just appreciate your courage. God bless you. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. I have an amendment at the desk in the nature of a substitute, number 49 to H.R. 3205. Clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3205, offered by Mr. McCall of Texas.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I recognize myself to speak on the amendment. I'm pleased to offer this ANS that incorporates certain feedback from the State Department, Ranking Member Meeks, Mexican Embassy, relevant experts, and victims' rights groups. And I appreciate all the law enforcement cooperation between Mexico and the United States, and want to make sure that that continues through the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement. I also want to make sure our programs are having a real effect in reducing the American death toll caused by fentanyl. This ANS adds specificity to make that intent crystal clear. And I appreciate all the useful feedback we received after the bill was introduced. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time. Do any other members seek recognition to discuss the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Ranking members recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment. It reflects our feedback and it improves the bill. And I appreciate Chairman McCall for working with me on this amendment. It's again, I think, demonstrates our focus collectively in working together and making sure that the message gets through We've heard the testimony of Democrats and Republicans giving their own personal experience. And this shows that, as indicated, that no matter where you are, no matter what your ethnicity, no matter what political persuasion, no matter what part of the country, it affects us all. And working with you with this amendment does exemplify that. I yield back.
And I appreciate your willingness to work with us. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, do any members wish to offer any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Castro is recognized.
Chairman, I got an amendment at the desk, Castro number 44.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3205, offered by Mr. Castro of Texas.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. Fentanyl and drugs like Oxycontin over the last dozen years or so before that have been devastating to the American people, including in my home state of Texas and my hometown of San Antonio. However, and I also want to offer my condolences to the families who are here who have lost loved ones, sons and daughters and cousins and relatives to these drugs. At the same time, I believe that this piece of legislation offers false hope to families rather than pursues real, meaningful, effective policy. And as I offer my amendment, I want to describe a little bit of why I believe that. My amendment would strike the chemical weapons provision in the bill. And let me tell you exactly why. The Chemical Weapons Convention has very specific criteria for what chemical weapons are. Fentanyl, as devastating as it is, does not meet the criteria under the convention, and this provision would have serious and negative effects on the U.S. healthcare system. The text of the amendment in the nature of substitute would direct the Secretary of State to include fentanyl substances on Schedule 2 and 3 of the Annex on Chemicals to the Chemical Weapons Convention. Again, I wholeheartedly agree that fentanyl has hurt hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Americans, that we need to end the flow of these drugs in the United States. But as we know, fentanyl also has legitimate uses in healthcare. I just had cancer surgery recently and was put on fentanyl during that time, including during surgeries and other procedures. Adding fentanyl substances to the Annex on Chemicals is a blunt instrument that would severely harm the United States healthcare system. It also wouldn't be an accurate description of these chemicals. Schedule 2 of the Annex requires that the toxic chemical or precursor, quote, is not produced in large commercial quantities for purposes not prohibited under this convention. Fentanyl has an extensive commercial use, including in medicine. It would not meet these criteria. Schedule 3 of the Annex requires, among other criteria, that the toxic chemical or precursor, quote, has been produced, stockpiled, or used as a chemical weapon. Fentanyl is dangerous, and the cartels involved in drug trafficking do it for profit, but it's not clear to me that fentanyl is intentionally being used as a chemical weapon in the same way as other chemical weapons like anthrax, sarin gas, or mustard gas. I support the goals of this bill, and there's a lot in this bill that I can support. And I believe that the United States and the Mexican government need to cooperate to target the cartels and stop the flow of illicit fentanyl to the United States. But classifying fentanyl as chemical weapons would be counterproductive for that reason. And because of that, I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. I also want to say, in addition to that, there are major pieces of policy missing from this bill. You notice if you read the text of the bill, for example, it says nothing about the United States and Americans in all of this. For example, there's no public health campaign at all that's included in this policy. Not one single dollar spent to educate Americans about the dangers of fentanyl, how to get treatment for it, how to stay away from it, how to watch out for it. Nothing. 86% of fentanyl, or 86% of the people who traffic in fentanyl are Americans. Where is the responsibility for Americans who are also participating with the Mexican cartels in getting these drugs on the street to fellow Americans? they must also be held responsible. That's not included in this legislation. So I don't want to vote yes on a piece of legislation that is both going to put something in a category of weapons of war, because there's been a lot of language lately from Republican colleagues, literally about invading Mexico because of the cartels. So I'm not going to put language. I'm not going to put this drug into the chemical conventions to give credence to that argument, to lend credence to that argument in the coming years. But also, I'm not going to vote on a piece of legislation that offers false hope when we're not even dealing with the American side of all of this. That's an incomplete piece of public policy that just offers false hope to people, and I can't support it. I yield back, Chairman.
Joan yields back. I oppose this amendment. Primarily, the State Department has cited its potential use as an offensive chemical weapon, and I agree with the State Department. It has been used in mass casualty events previously. As the victims of illicit drugs stated, cartels may be in it for money, but Communist China seems to view this as a reverse opium war. Do any other members seek recognition on the amendment? Ms. Jacobs is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank my colleague, Mr. Castro, for introducing this amendment. The Convention on Chemicals Weapons is an incredibly important international tool that we have to hold accountable people who are intentionally using chemical weapons against populations and civilians. And I worry that that adding fentanyl without the looking more into whether or not the ways it does or doesn't qualify would actually weaken the Chemical Weapons Convention, which we need for other areas. And we know if it is used as a weapon of war, there are already provisions in place that allow it to be for the convention to be applied. But adding it without having the special protections for domestic use that we know is important not only hurts us domestically, but hurts our ability to hold accountable the kinds of dictators who are actually using chemical weapons against people. I yield back.
Gently yields back. Any further discussion? Mr. Self is recognized. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my colleague from Texas, Mr. Castro, I will remind this body that one of the rules that we agreed to was single-issue bills. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Mr. Mills is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I adamantly am opposed to this amendment for multiple reasons. One, it is very proven that fentanyl does, by anyone who researches it, have a chemical structure. But also, I don't find that this actually weakens our ability to try and identify chemical weaponry. I just think that it opens us up to strengthening the fact that there are other chemical weapons that are being utilized by our adversaries in an effort to try and bypass that very rule. You know, I look at what fentanyl has done to the nation, and I would say that we've lost far more people to the intentional fentanyl crisis that is being created by China than any other tool of war in the last 10 years. And so the idea that we're not calling this for what it is, which is China's intention as they look at not only weakening us monetarily through their Belt and Road Initiative or going after us from a resource, economic, and cyber warfare perspective, but also by trying to look at the ideas of poisoning Americans, which is an intentional effort. So I support Chairman McCall in this by opposing this, and I ask my colleagues to do the same. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Ranking members recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's important for me to say that the edit secured in the ANS would eliminate the possibility that fentanyl as a Schedule I drug on the Chemical Weapons Constitution, unlike Schedule II and Schedule III drugs, there can be permissible industrial purposes for drugs under Section 2 and Section 3. We worked on this very closely. We also agreed to a bipartisan sense of Congress that emphasized the CWC does not forbid legitimate industrial use of fentanyl. And while I share some of Mr. Castro's concerns, I worked very hard, and Mr. McCall worked very hard with me to put forth a good faith effort for the above edit. And I thank him for that. And I think it's important for all members to know how hard we worked on this and how we did end up with an agreement. I yield back.
And I thank the ranking member for his comments. We did work in the late hours, and as this committee often does, came to a bipartisan resolution. And that would be, the sections 2 and 3 would apply, but not section 1. Any further discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Castro, number 2. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Any further amendments? Mr. Castro is recognized.
I have amendment number 42, I believe, at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3205, offered by Mr. Castro.
Without
of
objection,
Texas.
further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. One of the things that I mentioned previously is the American side of this whole issue and this tragedy is completely missing. There's literally a black hole in this piece of public policy that doesn't address the American side at all. And so this amendment would simply call for a public awareness campaign, essentially a public health campaign, as we've done with other addictions and so forth, to address that. It's a fairly simple amendment. Remember, it's important to note also that while fentanyl, of course, often is trafficked by cartels, often originates in China, we have had many addictions, like the addiction to OxyContin, that involved American individuals and enterprises, which was also incredibly deadly. Hundreds of thousands of people died from OxyContin addiction. And literally one pharmaceutical company made billions of dollars dispensing this thing at pharmacies all over the place. So there's got to be a public awareness campaign in the United States. In fact, the bill itself, the text of the bill, talks about a public awareness campaign in Mexico. We're going to do a public awareness campaign and spend money in Mexico, but we're not going to spend money in the United States with our own folks? I don't see how that makes sense. So this amendment is an effort to try to, at least in part, fill that hole in this policy. I yield back, Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Let me say I support this amendment. And do any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Castro, number 1. 42. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Perry is recognized. Clerk shall distribute the amendment. Mr.
Do you know
Perry,
which one you're
amendment?
distributing, Mr. Chairman?
Which amendment number?
I'm asking you which one you're distributing. I'm at 142.
Okay.
We're going to pull 141 if you haven't done that already.
Thank you. Clerk shall distribute Perry Amendment 142. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 3205, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Page 18.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let no one in the audience or the world think that I'm not for the underlying purpose of this bill. My issue with the bill is it does not go nearly far enough in prosecuting what's happening in our country, and these amendments seek to remedy that to some extent. This amendment strikes a section of the bill that gives the President the unilateral ability to waive any sanctions for humanitarian purposes. This amendment is necessary because of the ill-defined waiver for humanitarian purposes that could be used for any purposes whatsoever, and you can expect that it will be. If you look at the administration's track record with enforcing many economic sanctions, you will see it's dubious at very best. Even without a waiver, the administration is likely just to ignore and not enforce the sanctions. There is no need to give them yet another way to weasel their way out of enforcing these sanctions. Our Americans are dying at record levels, and this administration is tone deaf. It's beyond tone deaf. Humanitarian purposes are not defined in the bill, so any waiver can be claimed to be humanitarian in nature, and the President can choose not to enforce them. For example, the President could determine that cooperation with China on climate change serves a humanitarian purpose and waive sanctions of Chinese officials sending chemical weapons into the United States to kill our kids. We need to be sending pieces of legislation that are stronger and harder to get around, especially, again, with this administration's track record on economic sanction enforcement. The bill does not provide a check on the administration for a legislative branch to say the President is abusing the waiver system, increasing the likelihood of said abuse. The legislation requires reports to the appropriate congressional committees if a humanitarian waiver is used, which will likely result in a single report saying the waiver is based on non-defined humanitarian reasons. That will be the end of the process. You won't hear any more about it. This is an outcome allowed under this current bill. This amendment seeks to close this glaring loophole and stop the abuse by our executive branch. I urge adoption, again, to make this bill tougher and make it worthy of this committee's work and of our fealty to the American people and the very families that sit in front of us. Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. I respectfully oppose this amendment. This is a standard waiver for humanitarian aid programs consistent with all prior legislation. We will, of course, continue to engage in important oversight to ensure this sort of waiver is not abused. Any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Perry, number 142. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Perry is recognized. The clerk shall distribute the amendment number
143, Mr.
143. Tea be great. I'm still kind of.
Yeah, I got you. You want some honey in it?
Yeah, it'd be awesome.
All right, I'll bring it back. 143. Here. Oh, sorry, up here. This one, it's a no appropriation. Yep.
We're voting on the 4-130.
Yeah, we oppose this.
No.
But that's a support. Okay.
Okay. How do you change it?
That's fine.
What happened?
He basically clarified what he's trying to do is strip out the appropriation, or strip out the authorization completely. And so the idea.
Well, this still applies.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to HR 3205, offered by Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would strike the funds authorized in the bill as written. This money would be spent to build the quote-unquote capacity of Mexican law enforcement because they're doing so darn well now. This is the same law enforcement that has categorically failed to enforce existing trafficking laws. Actually, I believe they're helping traffic it into the United States of America. This is the same country where the president blamed U.S. parents for the fentanyl crisis because they didn't hug their kids enough. I can't imagine, I don't know how much more disgusted you could be at such a statement. The U.S. government has spent millions upon millions of hard-earned tax dollars helping the Mexican government. Historically, we have not had the cooperation that we have needed to actually stop these issues. And we have an opportunity today, ladies and gentlemen, to actually do something meaningful. Recently, the government of Mexico even used the military to seize a private port of a U.S. company for the use of a Mexican-based company. And there's a good chance some of your money went to train the people that seized the port. This is not where our money should be going. When people continue to misspend our money, when countries continue to misspend our money and then insult our people, I got a news flash for you. That's not what friends do. It is time. It is beyond time that we realize that continually funding the problem is not the right answer. We need to see the actual good faith effort from the Mexican government before we continue to fund programs like the one established by this bill. The government of Mexico has made it clear with their words and, more importantly, their actions, they truly don't want to help us. They don't want to help us. They're like some folks, quite honestly, in this body that want to act like they want to help you, but actually not really do anything about it. Here we have an opportunity to do something about it. $64 million of your hard-earned tax dollars that are going to be sent to Mexico, allegedly to train their law enforcement, that somehow you're going to believe is helping to stop this. I guarantee you they're on the take. You're paying for them to do this. It is unbelievable. We are $31.7 trillion in debt. 31.7 because of things like this. You got people in the audience right now who lost their loved ones and their taxes went to support it. It is unconscionable. Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption. I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Let me say I oppose this amendment respectfully. In the bill, we deliberately capped State Department INL funding at current spending levels. We don't authorize new money for these law enforcement programs until we know whether they are having a real positive impact at reducing fentanyl trafficking. As I mentioned, I'm going to be going down to Mexico the end of this month to meet with our international law enforcement team, which consists of FBI, DEA, intelligence community. As a former U.S. attorney, someone who dealt with the border and with Mexico, it's imperative that we have some cooperation at the law enforcement level. Now, I understand the gentleman's point, trust but verify, but to completely pull out, I think, would be a disaster and would not give us any ability to potentially stop these fentanyls at the port coming from China, getting into Mexico. My goal is to ensure we have the tools there to stop these precursors from even getting into Mexico. And we will have very strong oversight on this to make sure that is being accomplished. If it does not, I assure you I'll be the first one to point that out. So with that, I oppose this. Do any other members seek recognition? Mr. Mills is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Perry, for presenting this. Just a couple of questions, if I may. You know, I worked with the INL on poppy eradication and training operations in Afghanistan, doing a lot of the security from them, and I found that it was really ineffective overall as far as their ability to train or to get someone to actually come in and help with the poppy eradication when the government themselves was highly involved. And in many cases, it was actually the owners, as we saw with President Karzai, who actually owned the largest poppy crops. I bring that to your attention just for the simple fact that we do know that the Mexican president does not recognize that the cartels are an issue. Maybe it's because he is compromised in some type of a financial or instrumental way, but it could also be that he's also in fear for his own life, which is something that we have seen, and Mr. Perry and I have seen as well when it comes to overseas. are we open, and again, this is more for a question and understanding, to the idea that if we appropriate this $64 million that is going from the State Department and in support of INL to train the Mexican Sedena, that a report of some sort would be provided on a metrics-based condition that if they do not sit on certain things, this is not for equipment, this is for training, and that if they are not getting to a certain level, that we would be able to suspend or pull funding? So with that, that's my question. I'd like to go ahead and yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Let me just respond that we cap the funding at current levels. I will be going down to Mexico at the end of this month to personally provide oversight. This committee will provide oversight. They do have various labs, technology to identify precursors, canines. I know for a fact canines work very well when it comes to drugs and precursors. If we totally pull out of this, then we give a complete green light to China to keep sending this stuff, this poison, into Mexico. If we don't have our law enforcement down there, then we really are at the hands of the drug cartels completely. And there'll be nothing to stop it from coming in. I see why this is an attractive amendment, but I think it is misplaced, maybe well-intentioned, but the outcome would be, in my view, as a former federal prosecutor who's dealt with this for a very long time, would have a disastrous outcome. Any members seek further recognition? Mr. Self is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to understand the funding. This is not new appropriation, is that correct? So
that is correct.
So where will they take these funds from?
It's already been appropriated.
So if it's already been appropriated, then it's part of their pot now.
Correct.
So if they take this $64 million, something else will go short. Do we have any idea?
No, nothing else goes short. This money has already been appropriated. No further discussion? Question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Perry, number 143. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Any further amendments? Mr. Perry is recognized for what amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk, number 145.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. And the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 3205, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're a bunch of rubes, paying these people to kill our kids, destroy our country. Mexico is a narco state. Mr. Chairman, this amendment adds a sense of Congress condemning Mexico's president's statement saying that the fentanyl crisis is caused by a lack of hugs, of embraces in the United States. I can imagine that. My wife and I have 2 children that we hug every single day. We love them desperately. And any one of them, I imagine, could fall into the same trap that the folks here today, that their children have fallen into. It's just unbelievable to me. This statement is reprehensible and shows just how little the Mexican president, I don't know whether he understands or cares or doesn't care about the epidemic that his country is facilitating. As of 2023, the CBP has seized over 10,000 pounds of fentanyl at the southern border, and is just what has been seized. We don't look. Obviously, a lot more is coming in, or these ladies wouldn't be sitting in front of us today. The lax enforcement in Mexico allows for the deadly substance to make its way to the United States. Worse, the Mexican government has decried the U.S. charging Mexican cartel members with charges of smuggling massive amounts of fentanyl into the U.S., claiming the U.S. had no right to charge them with those crimes. So get this straight. We can't charge them with those crimes, but we can pay them to charge them with the crimes that they're deriding us for charging them with, and you actually believe that they're going to charge them with them after we pay them. We're a bunch of rubes. Not only is the president of Mexico refusing to engage in the enforcement in his country, but he is also condemning us for doing so here. The fentanyl crisis facilitated by the Mexican government is taking the lives of Americans across the country every single day, taking the lives of each of our constituents every single day. Stopping the crisis begins with getting tough, for once in this committee, ever, getting tough with our neighbors and ensuring that they accept their role. They're doing this in this crisis rather than blaming the parents and the loved ones, blaming the parents and the loved ones that they had a hand in killing, This amendment would begin the process by condemning the heartless comments by the Mexican president against the people of our nation, the people that we represent, Mr. Chairman. We don't represent Mexico or Mexican law enforcement. We represent Americans. I wish I didn't have to remind myself and others of that, but it seems like it's necessary. With that, I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. And let me say I support this amendment. Basically stating it's a sense of Congress that the statement of Mexico's President Andrés Manuel López Obrador stated that the United States of America's fentanyl crisis is caused by, quote, a lack of hugs and of embraces. We cannot stand for Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry, I agree with your statement.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman.
And I don't think we can stand for Mexican officials casting blame on the United States for the fentanyl crisis. And I think it's irresponsible to say so. Do any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Perry, number 145. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Perry is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, got an amendment at the desk number 148.
Okay. Clerk shall distribute Perry Amendment 148. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 3205, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Page 17, after line 23, insert the following. Closure of the Consulate General of Mexico. In general.
Without objection, further reading the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would require the president to shut down the consulates of Mexico should any Mexican government officials be subject to sanctions created under this bill. I know it sounds harsh. Oh, my goodness. The underlying bill classifies fentanyl as a chemical weapon. A chemical weapon. We have a consulate in North Korea. I wonder why we don't have one. How about in Iran? Maybe it's because they're trying to kill Americans. If it classifies fentanyl as a chemical weapon and calls for the U.S. government to advocate for the international community to classify it as such, but yet we're still willing to hang out with the people that are trafficking in and sending chemical weapons to the United States of America to kill our people. This means those sanctioned by this bill are not just smuggling drugs, they are smuggling chemical weapons into the United States for the purposes of unleashing them on our constituents. There's no other reason to send them here. It's not like they're sending them so that we have horse tranquilizer or elephant tranquilizers at the ready just in case one comes running down the street. This is worth repeating. Those sanctioned under this bill are smuggling chemical weapons into the United States, chemical weapons that will be used to kill your constituents. Given this context, there needs to be consequences, severe consequences. I don't know if anybody has ever had to wear what we call mop gear. But if you're under a chemical attack and you want to wear that around for 15 minutes or 5 or 8 or 20 hours, you'll know what it's all about. Chemical weapons are serious business. They're serious business. And if any official in the Mexican government is found to be subject to these sanctions, the consequences must also apply to the Mexican government, because we actually should mean something in this Congress. Shutting down their consulates until they no longer employ sanctions officials seems like a weak response to unleashing chemical weapons on Americans. But it'd be a small start. The U.S. has used the carrot method since 2008, spending billions of dollars fighting the cartels and trying to curb the influence of the cartels. And you know what's happened? Cartels are only getting stronger, ladies and gentlemen. They're running our border, not because Perry says so. The Border Patrol tells us so. The Border Patrol under a Biden administration tells us that. Tens of thousands of U.S. citizens have died from the chemical weapon that flows freely in an open border with Mexico. At this point, we simply have no choice but to employ more of the stick method to stop this crisis at the southern border, because the carrot method, it ain't helping. We're paying them to poison us. That's awesome. Who would do such a thing? We cannot have normal relations with a nation if they have members of their government knowingly allowing chemical weapons to kill Americans in our country. I know it sounds harsh, but sooner or later, I don't know how many deaths, ladies, I don't know how many times you have to come to Washington, D.C. and sit here and hear us talk. We ought to do something, and do something meaningful. Get somebody's attention, because I suspect your attention has been gotten, and you're here hoping to get ours. With that, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields. Let me say I respectfully oppose this amendment. It would absolutely destroy any relationship we have with Mexico. It would, in fact, Mexico would retaliate and close our consulates in Mexico in return, and the resulting situation for American citizens and U.S. national security would be catastrophic. We'd also lose counter-narcotics cooperation at a critical time when thousands of Americans are dying from drug overdoses. We would also lose important intelligence and military cooperation aimed at the cartels, some of which I can't go into in an open setting, and tracking criminals and terrorists in the region. Finally, American businesses would be impacted, and trade exports would suffer immensely. Mexico is the largest trading partner with my home state of Texas. Millions of U.S. jobs depend on trade with Mexico. This amendment would effectively kill millions of American jobs in my state, Texas, that depend on our relationship. So for those reasons, I oppose. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Mills is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Much like yourself, my reason for opposing this is that this is the Foreign Affairs Committee. And we understand the significance of opening up diplomatic channels so that we can discuss back and forth between the nations to try and find resolutions. And every time that we've actually closed those types of doors, you have our actual adversaries such as China and Russia who has rushed in to fill that void. I personally see this as only exacerbating the problems when it comes to the fentanyl overdoses, and I don't see how us actually closing out diplomatic efforts between our two nations enables us to have the communication platforms necessary to address these issues and further empowers China and Mexico's approach. You know, we talked about during the President Trump's administration how significant the Abraham Accord is, one of the actual things that we're going to be discussing today, which is 3099, and how opening up diplomatic channels between Israel and other people within the Middle East to recognize them and also open up trade and discussions actually would help with stabilization. Now think about that for a moment. We see where fentanyl is continuing to try and destabilize our nation through its poisoning and intentional poisoning, whether it be by China or the $13 billion a year cartel, government-run, or government-supported efforts. But I don't see how closing consulates and preventing diplomatic discussions and looking at ways for two nations to work together would actually solve the crisis when it comes to the fentanyl overdoses. And as Chairman McCall rightfully said, you know, we replaced NAFTA with the USMCA, which allowed us to have a better trade, and it would impact American businesses. It would impact our abilities here in the U.S. when it comes to trade deals, Texas being one of those, and Florida. But again, while I think that this bill is well-intended, I respectfully oppose this bill because I don't think it addresses the root cause of why we're pushing H.R. 3205, which is to go after fentanyl, not go after diplomatic relations. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
I think the gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition. There being no further discussion, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Perry, number 148. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Perry is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I got an amendment at the desk number 149.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment to Perry, amendment number 149.
Amendment to H.R. 3205, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would add a sense of Congress that Mexico's failure to stop fentanyl from China has led to a public emergency in the United States. My goodness, we're calling it chemical weapons and chemical warfare. Let us be clear, if fentanyl was not a public emergency, then we would not be considering this bill today. But somebody's conscience needs to be shocked. This is clearly not only a pressing issue, but it is an issue of concern to many of our constituents, our bosses. While part of this issue is the Biden administration's abject failure to protect our border, it's also due to the Mexican government's failure to address the free flow of fentanyl into the United States, and I would say their complicity. But that's me. The government of Mexico has allowed fentanyl precursors, a component of a chemical weapon, from China to pour into their country and then facilitated the cartel's ability to produce the chemical weapon and transport it into the United States of America. The fentanyl trade has then translated to thousands upon thousands of untimely deaths in the United States, including in every single member's congressional district. Today, we must call out two countries, whose failed policies, actually, let me just revise that. I'm not sure it is a failed policy. I think Mexico's making money, and I think this is China's, I actually think it is their design. But they've helped lead us to the issue. China's manufacturing and Mexico's failure to stop have led us to where we are right now. China's production of these fentanyl precursors is killing Americans, period, full stop. Mexico's unwillingness, not their inability, it's their unwillingness to prevent production of fentanyl in their country and the smuggling of it to the United States is killing our citizens. Our own failed border policies that allow for the free flow of fentanyl into our nation is killing Americans. I don't know how many more times I got to say it. But if our sense of Congress, if a sense of Congress will make the difference, it's almost asking nothing. It's almost asking nothing. But if it will make some difference, any difference, to save lives in America and hold to account the two governments that are preying on our people, then it absolutely must be done. It is the minimum. Again, I think that this bill should be much stronger. I've tried to offer what I could to strengthen our resolve and actually do something here in Congress to honor the lives that have been lost, that have been taken, the murders that have taken place in our country while we sit here and fiddle. And what I've done today is going to be of marginal measure, and I'm disappointed in it. Disappointed in our committee. I'm disappointed in this bill, and I hope that we can do more, and I hope this is not the end of this discussion and the end of our work. I hope it is just the very small beginning. Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption. I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Let me first say that calling fentanyl a chemical weapon is a very strong statement by this committee. I can't think of anything stronger. In fact, many on the other side of the aisle probably don't like the fact that we're going that far with this bill. So to say this is not a strong bill, I completely disagree with the gentleman. However, I do support this amendment, and I appreciate Mr. Perry bringing this forward to making this bill stronger. Clearly, this is a public emergency, and that's all this amendment says. Sense of Congress that this is a public emergency, and I think the families here of the victims certainly would agree with that. I can't imagine anybody on this committee not agreeing that this is, in fact, a public emergency. Let me also say this bill was brought to us with support of almost half of the attorney generals of the United States across all those states. And every victims' rights group, every treatment centers, it has very strong support for a very strong bill. To call it otherwise is really, I think, undermines the intent of the bill. It undermines what the victims have done to bring this bill forward. And we should stand for this bill in the strongest terms. So with that, there being no further discussion, ranking member is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I do agree that this is, we have an emergency of which we need to deal with. But I do have to oppose this amendment because I don't believe that we need to alienate Mexico at precisely when we need their cooperation. I can recall when we had this epidemic out of Colombia, what we did was work together and came up with Plan Colombia to stop the influx or to try to stop the influx of drugs. So to me, the this myopic amendment fails to capture the vast problem that is the fentanyl supply chain. It has no operative effect, but will poison relations between Mexico and the United States, and therefore must oppose this amendment. Yield back.
Gentleman opposes and yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Perry, number 149. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Perry is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further amendments.
We thank you for that. There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of substitute number 49, offered by myself. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. I now move that the committee report H.R. 3205 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 3203, the Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act of 2023. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 3203, a bill to impose sanctions with respect to Chinese producers of synthetic opioids.
Without objection, first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself for a brief opening statement. All roads lead to China when it comes to fentanyl entering the United States. CCP works hand in glove with the Mexican cartels to bring in the precursors to create the deadly drug. Since FY20, CPB has seized 43,186 pounds of fentanyl. That's enough to kill over 9 billion people, over 29 times the United States population. We must hold Communist China and the CCP officials engaged in this illicit trade accountable for killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. It is critical that Congress take action to impose sanctions of the Chinese producers of the synthetic opioid and its precursors. This legislation expands the definition of foreign opioid trafficker to include any entity in the CCP that knowingly participates in the global opioid trade and senior CCP officials who enable opioid trade by failing to enforce laws that prohibit its trafficking. Moreover, the bill requires a report that would identify whether certain agencies of the PRC qualify as foreign opioid traffickers. Communist China is poisoning our young people, our most vulnerable, our children, and this measure will facilitate new ways to hold them accountable and stem the flow of this deadly drug. Does any other member seek recognition on the bill? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, I regret that I have to say I oppose this measure. This is one of the few that I do oppose. The opioid crisis has killed thousands of Americans, and we all, as indicated by members on both sides of the aisle, have been touched by this crisis. And given the seriousness of this issue, my preference is we would find a way to continue to work in a bipartisan fashion with the seriousness of purpose that this crisis mandates. Unfortunately, I believe the legislation before us would result in the opposite of its stated goal. And I know in working, we tried to work this out, and my team offered what I believe to be reasonable edits to improve the bill, which were unfortunately rejected. And in doing so, we are left with a bill that would actually make it harder to save lives by making it less likely that Beijing takes action on the spread of its precursors. To address this crisis, we need Beijing to clamp down on the illicit production and trade of precursors. If this legislation were passed into law, it would backfire, cutting off any prospects of Beijing doing more to stop the trafficking of illicit fentanyl precursors. That would be worse than doing nothing. That would be doing harm. So I must oppose this measure and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I hope that we can focus on a smart and effective ways to handle this tremendous threat to American life instead of politicizing an issue so near and dear to all of our hearts. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Self is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We need to recognize that China is at war with us today, psychologically, financially, through fentanyl, every way they can, short of kinetic and cyber. Let's include cyber. So we need to recognize we are well past what the ranking member just suggested. I absolutely support this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Mr. Barr is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for calling up this bipartisan legislation, the Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act. This bill is the product of hearings we've held in both the Foreign Affairs and Financial Services Committee, and it's in response to countless personal tragedies that I've seen play out in my home state of Kentucky. While the executive branch enjoys significant authorities to sanction fentanyl traffickers, there is a loophole involving Chinese companies and officials who turn a blind eye to the sale of synthetic opioids and their precursors. While these persons may claim to stand at arm's length from illicit trafficking, their negligence enables that trade. These sales from China are crucial to the fentanyl supply chain that runs through Mexico. As one of our hearing witnesses, John Casera, a former special agent with the Treasury Department, told us in the Financial Services Committee, the Chinese Communist Party, quote, tacitly supports aspects of international drug trafficking by looking the other way, as it does with the fentanyl trade, unquote. To suggest, as my good friend, the ranking member, that this strategy of going after the Chinese Communist Party will backfire, I think what we've learned from professional witnesses, former special agents with Treasury, is that appeasement is not working. We have to sanction these people and sanction the sources of this illicit fentanyl trade. Going soft on China is not politicizing the issue. Or going hard on China is not politicizing the issue. Going soft on China is not the answer. Another witness testified that U.S. officials suspect China is letting the drug trade with Mexico flourish as a way to destabilize our region. This is where my bill comes in. The legislation provides for sanctions against Chinese entities that produce, sell, transport, or finance synthetic opioids and their precursors. but which fall short in due diligence measures or fail to cooperate with U.S. counter-narcotics efforts. This bill would further make senior Chinese officials sanctionable if they regulate those entities or otherwise fail to take credible steps against Chinese opioid traffickers. Under my legislation, the President would also be required to determine each year if certain Chinese government leaders with authorities related to fentanyl should be sanctioned for their negligence. In other words, Mr. Chairman, my bill targets those in China who look the other way. Either they bolster their cooperation with us to crack down on synthetic opioids, or they will face the consequences. Typically, we impose sanctions on bad actors who engage in malign activities, not on those who fail to prevent the activities. But this is a reasonable practice given the power of U.S. sanctions. Here we must take an exception because unless we secure greater cooperation from China, from know your customer procedures at pharmaceutical companies and banks, to more vigorous law enforcement against Chinese traffickers, we will continue to fall behind in the fight against fentanyl. Just hoping that the Chinese are going to do the right thing without sanctions is not a strategy. We've tried that, and it has failed. Here's why we must do everything to win that fight. In my home state, the Kentucky Counter-Drug Program seized 142 pounds of fentanyl in just the past 7 months, enough to cause a fatal overdose in over 28 million people. From 2019 to 2021, Kentucky saw a 70% increase in overdose deaths, 90% of which involved an opioid. Each day, over 150 people in the United States die from an overdose related to synthetic opioids. Every district represented on this committee has been affected by this crisis. The fentanyl supply chain relies on Chinese actors who have the power to stop illicit trafficking, but choose not to. My legislation puts them on notice that they'll no longer be invisible to our sanctions laws. Finally, Mr. Chairman, my legislation includes common sense updates to the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, one of the primary authorities underlying our sanctions. This includes stronger oversight to ensure that IEEPA sanctions are designed to resolve national emergencies with maximum effectiveness. My legislation also extends the IEEPA statute of limitations from 5 years to 10, a priority for Treasury's Office of Foreign Asset Control, so that sanctions violators do not escape prosecution. I want to again thank the Chairman for considering my bill. I urge my colleagues to support it. Fentanyl is a scourge that affects all of our communities, and today's markup is an opportunity to pass meaningful legislation to combat it. The time for wishful thinking that if we just leave them alone, the Chinese government will do the right thing. Those days are over. It's time to get tough on China and sanction the entities that are the source of this poison and this chemical weapon killing our people. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. And let me thank Mr. Barr for bringing this bill for markup. And I want to also thank the Financial Services Committee for working closely with this committee, getting to a point where we can mark this up, move it to the floor by next week. There was really great cooperation between the two committees. And as the gentleman said, this does have Democrat bipartisan support, co-sponsors, on the bill. Is there any further discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Mr. Barr is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment at the desk. It's Barr Amendment 27 to H.R. 3203. Mr. Chairman, this amendment will add additional clarity to my bill.
Pause. The clerk shall distribute the amendment. And the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 3203, offered by Mr. Barr of Kentucky. Page 3, line 7, strike or.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, this amendment will add additional clarity to my bill, ensuring that it is targeted to any national emergency regarding international drug trafficking. This amendment is a result of bipartisan negotiations in an attempt to make the underlying bill bipartisan, and it's my hope that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will support this amendment and the underlying legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Let me say I support this amendment. Mr. Meeks is recognized.
I'm just reviewing this amendment, and this amendment seems to be moving in the right direction. I just wish that we could get some more of this, and then we could agree. But I would agree that this amendment looks like it is moving, Mr. Barr, in the right direction. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Barr, number 27. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 All those opposed signify by saying no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Perry's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk, number 136.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment.
Of course, I'm doing this just for the ranking member. I don't want him to get soft down there and get comfortable.
What is this one? Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 3203, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Page
Without objection,
3.
for the reading of the amendments dispensed with, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment simply ensures that this legislation would not simply and only apply to those in the Chinese government, but any government official of any other foreign country or foreign opioid trackers. This is especially important considering the corruption around the world, especially involving the trade of illegal narcotics. It is important that if any member of a foreign government is involved in trading of fentanyl, that they're also treated in the same manner, especially with regard to Mexico. We need to ensure that we retain the same sanctionability to their officials as well. This is crucial for our ability to stop the fentanyl trade in Mexico. If there are corrupt officials there, we need to be able to stop them using the same sanctions enforcement. With the history of corruption in Mexico, it is crucial that we have the proper avenues to stop it. We have already discovered 10,000 pounds of fentanyl in the last year coming across the southern border. If government officials are involved, we need to ensure that we have the ability to sanction them as well, especially considering how much money we spend purportedly helping Mexico fight the war on drugs. This expansion is also important because it gives us the avenue to address this issue with other foreign countries should the need arise. Now, I spoke to the maker of this bill, and I understand his intent. His intent is to focus on China. And while some on this committee are concerned about, well, we don't want to imperil our relationships with our neighbors to the south, and we don't want to imperil our relationships with the people in China, we have to be careful. You know, look, I don't get what they don't get. China's not like, they didn't mix some batch of something up at the pharmaceutical plant and say, oh, we screwed this up. I don't know what it is. We'll just send it to Mexico, and they'll settle it to somebody in America. They're making it because they want to. It is by design. It is their program. It is intentional. They're killing Americans intentionally. If you don't get that, you probably belong in a different line of work, and I'm not sure what that line of work would be, but it isn't this one. So I get that my colleague wants to focus on China. And my wish for this committee is that we had time to consider fully the depth of this issue, the scourge that it is placing on our citizens, so that my colleague could have his well-founded and well-thought-out bill, and that he and I, or maybe he and the ranking member, could collaborate on a bill which would include Mexico, which is allowing this stuff, and I would say abetting and aiding it coming across our border. So we could do that as well, and we could punish those people involved as well, because this is yet not enough. This is a good effort on the part of Mr. Barr, because this is exactly what China is doing, and we need to recognize, not only recognize, but acknowledge that this is happening, and damn well do something about it. Do something about it other than just talk. And if the relationship is strained, oh my, I'm so sorry. Ma'am, if you could speak at this mic, I imagine you talk about the relationship, any of you ladies down there, that you currently have with your children. Because you don't have a relationship, do you? Because they're not here anymore. We're so worried about their relationship. I remind everybody on this committee again, We are representatives of the United States of America, not the People's Republic of China, and certainly not Mexico. With all that rhetoric, I respect the gentleman from Kentucky. I respect his efforts. And I would ask the chairman of this committee to reconvene this effort regarding fentanyl and do more, and have this just be the beginning, and offer a bill we can sanction not only those involved from China, but from Mexico and anywhere else that thinks they can do this to our American citizens. Let's stand up for our American citizens. And with that, I wish to withdraw the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman withdraws his amendment, and we appreciate that. I will say I agree with the gentleman that this is not the end of this discussion at all. This is just the beginning of this discussion, and I welcome further hearings on this very important issue.
Will the gentleman yield?
Mr. Barr is
I thank the chairman for yielding, and I want to also thank my good friend from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, for recognizing what's going on here. His amendment makes an important point, and I appreciate him withdrawing the amendment. The point is how malign the Chinese Communist Party is behaving here. What happened was that in 2017, China sourced fentanyl by weight accounted for 165 kilograms of the total 171 kilograms seized from the international mail. And this practice began to shift in 2019 when the Trump administration pressured the CCP to reclassify and control all forms of fentanyl, which resulted initially in modest reductions of seizures of fentanyl flowing from China into the United States. But while the CCP implemented controls on fentanyl, in its final form, it did not place similar controls on the synthetic precursor chemicals used to produce fentanyl. And so what's happened is that since 2019, Chinese manufacturers and traffickers have adapted their strategies and business models to primarily produce the precursor chemicals and then have outsourced the final production to cartel laboratories in Mexico. What my good friend, Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania, is pointing out with his friendly amendment here is that we need to go after these cartel laboratories in Mexico as well. There's a lot of malign actors here. The point of my bill, though, is to shine a focus and a light on the original sin here, which is what's going on with the Chinese Communist Party. That these laboratories, that the cartel, they're instruments of the Chinese Communist Party, these cartels are. And they've modified and they've changed their behavior to try to circumvent our efforts and the previous administration's efforts to block this malign activity from the CCP. So, yeah, we need to get at the cartels in Mexico and these illegal laboratories down there, which are the final manufacturers. But what my bill does is it says we can't wait around for China to act like our good neighbors, because they're not. They're not. And we need hard sanctions on the originators of the precursors of fentanyl in the People's Republic of China. Stop the wishful thinking. They're not our friends here. If we're just soft on China, they're not going to change their behavior. We've tried, and they will not change. We've got to get tough. That's why we have this bill. That's why I appreciate bipartisan support. And I encourage all members of this committee to defend our people from these poisons that are originating from China, from communist China, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any further amendments? There being no further amendments, I now move that the committee report H.R. 3203 is amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
Ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. I've been advised that 2 votes have been called on the House floor. As such, the committee will stand in recess and will convene after the votes.
Yeah, we did go to 11. We're in a recess right now. Oh, you're in a recess? Yep. There was a mic issue. Can you hear me? Test 1, 2.
Hang on. I'm trying to get on the right. Is that better? Oh, me. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Test 1, 2. 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Test 1, 2. 1, 2.
That, it goes out like almost every hearing at the beginning.
Go ahead. Don't forget Sean's in there. Item, you want me to change it? I'm not going to take a chance. Got it.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Test, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
All right. We changed what we could do, right?
Yeah.
What again? There's something else.
At least fresh blood.
Do we have another mic? Oh, it's not even screwed. It's not screwed. Turn off the mic.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. I'll go to the control, make sure that we have it right.
Got it.
Okay.
I'll clean this up.
Yeah, let's put here. $210. Okay. Today's what? May.
I don't know.
Let's put 23. That's mine or yours?
Yours.
Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 3202. Committee will come to order. The Assad Regime Anti-Normalization Act of 2023 bill was circulated in advance. Clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 3202, to prohibit any official action to recognize or normalize relations with any government of Syria that is led by Bashar al-Assad.
Without objection, first reading, the bill is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment. At any point, is there any discussion on the bill? Mr. Wilson is recognized.
Chairman, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Gentleman is recognized.
Is it in order to consider a bill that hasn't been noticed for at a hearing? Is it in order to consider a bill for markup that's never been noticed for a hearing? That was only introduced last week, that isn't even available on congress.gov as of this hearing? Is that in order?
Did we notice the bill?
We noticed Mr. Wilson's bill, which was introduced
When?
last week.
No.
Mr. Wilson held a hearing on Syria. And the subcommittee held a hearing on Syria.
Subcommittee had a hearing on this issue, and the bill was noticed previously.
The bill was only introduced last week, and the text isn't even available on congress.gov.
We circulated the text in advance, and it's on our...
Text has been circulated in advance, and it's on our website.
And we've complied with all...
But your point's well taken.
I move that the bill be withdrawn in accordance with the rules because it doesn't conform to the rules. The chairman has asked that Republican members not offer amendments to Republican bills, and when Republican bills aren't even available to be noticed for hearings, we can't even have a discussion about the bill.
The subcommittee had...
And then we're
Subcommittee had a hearing on this.
they couldn't have had a hearing on the bill because the bill just got dropped.
There was a hearing on the subject.
There was a hearing on the subject matter. The bill was introduced and has been noticed. Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson.
I asked the chairman to make a ruling as to whether the bill is considered in order.
I rule that it is in order and complies with committee rules. Mr. Wilson is recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mike McCall and Ranking Member Greg Meeks. I'm grateful to support several of these bipartisan measures before us today, and I'm particularly grateful for the inclusion of the bipartisan Assad Regime Anti-Normalization Act of 2023, which is H.R. 3202. For 12 years, the Assad regime has been backed by war criminal Putin and the regime in Tehran, and has committed unthinkable atrocities of using chemical weapons against the Syrian people. Following pro-democratic and peaceful protest, Assad's forces have engaged in mass torture and murder of civilians, including children. Over 500,000 people have been brutally murdered by this regime and counting. Sadly, incredibly, over half of the population of Syria, 14 million people, have been displaced or have fled as refugees to Turkey, to Egypt, and to Jordan. And it's really inspiring with these countries of Turkey and Egypt and Jordan have welcomed millions of refugees into their country to protect them from the Assad regime. We should always recognize how courageous they are to provide for the people of Syria. As chairman of the Middle East, North Africa, Central Asia Subcommittee, I held a hearing with the man known as Gravedigger as a witness so that he could be unidentified. He testified about his experience of going from a local civil servant to being forced to dispose of hundreds of bodies in mass graves daily, including a young woman who clearly had been tortured, her infant child clinging to her lifeless body. Recently, with the readmission of Bashar al-Assad into the Arab League, we have witnessed, sadly, signals of normalization with war criminal Putin and Assad. We cherish our relationship with our allies against the deadly narcotic drug that is being provided of Captagon pouring into their countries. However, the normalization with an unrepentant dictator and kleptocrat who continues bombing the earthquake-devastated areas of Syria does not represent a viable path forward. Additionally, Bashar al-Assad has a symbiotic network of support from the regime in Tehran, and war criminal Putin to continue supporting terrorism in the region in Putin's war in Ukraine, against Ukraine. This bill significantly strengthens existing sanctions on those who support Assad and imposes real penalties for those considering normalizing with this brutal regime. This bill's inclusion in today's markup represents the tireless efforts of the Syrian American community. I have had the opportunity to meet with the courageous Syrian Americans who have suffered tremendously under this regime. Their entire communities and livelihoods destroyed. They feel that they've been forgotten, but our message is clear. It's bipartisan that they are not forgotten. We're particularly appreciative of the patriotic Syrian Americans who are with us in the audience today, representing a number of organizations of the American Coalition for Syria. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the bill? Mr. French is recognized. French Hill.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I want to say that I'm an original co-sponsor of the Assad regime Anti-Normalization Act. I want to thank my friend and the chairman of the Middle East Subcommittee, Joe Wilson, for his hearing that he had recently where he took eyewitness testimony as to the atrocities conducted by Bashar al-Assad and his gang in Damascus. I want to appreciate his steady hand at overseeing what's happened in the past 12 years in Syria and communicating to the American people what has been the result of Assad's brutal promise to his own citizens in 2011, 2012, when he said, Assad or burn the country. And he has certainly burned the country and will, I hope, pay the price through the UN mechanism for war crimes, for what's taken there. And I hope that the American people understand that his co-conspirators include Iran and Russia in propping up this regime, and that in no way should the Arab nations seek to normalize relations with Assad. It's a huge mistake. It's a diplomatic mistake. And they clearly never learned President Reagan's admonition of trust but verify, because they have invited Assad to the Arab League meeting and now to the next COP meeting with no preconditions, Mr. Chairman. There are no preconditions. And so this mass murderer who has disrupted the entire Middle East region, put Lebanon at risk, been a partner with Iran, the arch enemy of the Gulf states, is paying no price and is committed to no concrete change as to the conduct of his operation. Then, to put salt in the wound, Mr. Chairman, Assad, his relatives, the army, are poisoning the Gulf by exporting Captagon drug, billions of dollars worth, across the Gulf and to Europe. So in addition to being a mass murderer, he is a drug kingpin. And this Congress has recognized that by the Caesar sanctions legislation and by attaching to the NDAA last December my Captagon Act, directing the Secretary of State to craft a strategy to interdict and end Captagon and cut off the funding to the Assad regime. And yet last week, I was in Jordan, in Amman, and in Jerusalem and in Cairo at the time this news was breaking, watching the reactions of our friends in the community relate to it, and in disbelief, really. In disbelief that there was just a vesting of the Assad regime back into the Arab League and pay no price. No end to Captagon, no end to taking Iranian money, no end to backing Iranian militias, no end to attacking Israel, no end to partnering with Hezbollah. And it's stunning to me that the Arabs, or I should say the Arab League member countries, have considered that the reason for re-engagement is on Captagon, this exporting of poisoning. So I want to say I was grateful to the United Kingdom and the United States for imposing Caesar sanctions for the first time on March 28th. Secretary Blinken testified in this committee on the record that he had asked the Arab League nations not to recognize Assad. And that's in direct contrast with the actions of his State Department, where his Assistant Secretary Barbara Leaf, Assistant Secretary of the Near East, was out there tearing the world. Well, if you negotiate with Assad, make sure you get something for it. Well, guess what? They've negotiated with him, giving him credibility, and they got nothing for it. Nothing. So it's sickening that we're essentially abandoning the rest of Syria to Assad's torture and murder, and that's why this bill is so important. That's why I support my friend Mr. Wilson for his efforts, and I hope that as this bill is marked up and moves to the House floor, we can remind our friends in the diplomatic community that the Congress consistently over the last decade stands with the people of Syria. The millions of people outside Syria that want to go home to their villages, they want to have a representational government, they want to get their lives back, to remove the refugees from Jordan, the refugees from Lebanon, from Turkey. And I don't think these recent actions taken by the Arab League are remotely in the interest of the Syrian people, nor do I think they'll cut off Captagon. I'm counting on leadership from the United States and our partners in the region to do that. I thank my friend from South Carolina, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't help but note, as we sit here today, that it has been over 12 years since the Syrian people first rose up for their basic rights and then endured brutal assaults by Assad's Russian and Iranian-backed military year after year. The Assad regime has unceasingly perpetuated its campaign of violence against the Syrian people, committing what is amounted to countless of war crimes and the most egregious violations of international humanitarian law. As we consider these measures today, the war has resulted to over 600,000 Syrians killed and more than 8 million displaced. Hospitals, schools, and neighborhoods are still regularly targeted, as hundreds of thousands of Syrians face bleak prospects for their future. It is in this context we consider this bill, which responds to moves by some governments to look past these crimes and heinous atrocities and readmit the Assad regime into the international institutions. The Biden administration has opposed efforts to re-engage with the Assad regime with commercial deals and economic benefits. I stand with the administration and those who believe Assad must be held accountable, which is why I partnered with you, Mr. Chairman, earlier this month and publicly condemned efforts by some states to welcome Assad back into the Arab League. As we condemn such actions, I continue to stand with the Syrian people resisting Assad's oppression, its torture apparatus. Simultaneously, I support the Biden administration's efforts to provide the Syrian people with humanitarian assistance as they recover from multiple devastating earthquakes, while also withstanding continued assaults from Assad's air force. It is in that spirit I will support this bill for the purposes of this markup. The legislation will discourage other states from overlooking Assad's crimes against humanity and makes it United States policy not to recognize an Assad-led Syrian government. Importantly, this bill also expands targeted sanction authorities against the Assad regime's efforts to exploit existing sanctions while preserving important humanitarian exemptions and provisions. However, I'm still concerned about the second-order consequences of certain sanctions on legitimate humanitarian assistance efforts and look forward to ensuring sound implementation so that those most in need of aid can receive it. Finally, this bill also requires greater scrutiny on and policy attention towards the mechanisms by which the Assad regime launders and manipulates international aid for its own ends at the expense of the Syrian people. So again, I appreciate my friend from South Carolina, Representative Wilson, and Chairman McCall's work on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Davidson's recognized.
I move to strike the last word. I thank the chairman. I think, frankly, our colleagues who are working on an important subject, I find it, I think as everyone could tell, very frustrating to be moving bill text that, frankly, we've got a situation with the rules of the committee that makes this acceptable on this committee, apparently. Maybe on others, but I've had the good fortune to be involved in a committee for 6 years now that does things differently. They start on time, they end on time, They hold people to 5 minutes when they're recognized for 5 minutes. And when they want to move a bill, the standard is that they notice it at a hearing, not the subject, but the bill text itself. And that's important so that we can have, friendly amendments. Frankly, the chairman considers any amendment not friendly if it's not done behind closed doors outside the hearing. And so in an effort to defer to the chairman's practice, if not rules, I've offered no amendment to this bill. I will simply vote no. And until we vote no on things that are done with bad process, I think we'll continue to have less than adequate legislation, and we will continue to have either a system where the committee is dominated by people willing to completely be submissive and do whatever they're told, or people who simply say, this is a joke. You can't even have input and collaboration on the committee. Why would you want to be on the committee? And I think that's the challenge we confront. I hope that we convene as a group and come up with a better way to work together. Because there are important subjects that we can do, and many of them are truly bipartisan, and there's a chance to build consensus. But when you can't have the notice, even if you can offer an amendment, it's not like complete ignorance of this process that drives this system. It literally is power, because the bill is designed to have no amendments, it's designed to have no collaboration, because time is what's necessary to socialize the amendment. So you could offer it, but you don't have time to win over your colleagues and convince them of why the amendment would be important or necessary. You don't have hearings to discuss it wherein you might raise points of order. And you don't even have time, in the absence of the bill being noticed, before it goes to markup, to socialize the things that you were supposed to have learned at the hearing. So the subject is incredibly important. The bill has a lot of things that I would be inclined to support, but several that I'd like to amend. And we just saw earlier today how things are received when you offer an amendment. And as I say, just offering it is one thing, but the ability to pass it is another, and you can't do that without time. So I hope we'll consider how we run the show. In the absence of that, I'll be voting no. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Phillips is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks and Mr. Wilson for bringing this measure before all of us today. Just last month, under Chair Wilson's leadership, the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and Central Asia held a hearing marking 12 years of unimaginable suffering, displacement, and conflict since the Syrian revolution began. Under the brutal leadership of Bashar al-Assad, the Syrian regime has ushered in over a decade of violence and human rights abuses, but has not faced an iota of accountability for its murder of over 500,000 people, or its torture and displacement of tens of thousands more. Instead, Assad has continued his assault on Syrian civilians, all while enriching himself, including by diverting humanitarian aid and trafficking in narcotics. And instead of being punished, was recently rewarded for this heinous behavior by being readmitted into the Arab League. This terrible misstep demonstrates why the U.S. leadership is so important, now more than ever. And I'm grateful that this committee has now come together in a bipartisan fashion to send a strong message that the United States will not recognize nor normalize with the government of Syria while Assad is in power, and will actively oppose any attempts by other governments to do so. This amendment strengthens the underlying legislation by ensuring the expanded Caesar sanctions authorities more effectively target nefarious actors within and supporting the regime, and that legitimate humanitarian actors are not inadvertently impacted at the expense of desperately needed delivery of humanitarian assistance. And while I remain concerned about provisions of the bill that take aim at regional energy independence, of which the current system only benefits Iran and its proxies, I'm eager to continue working together on this legislation and creating clear, bipartisan, serious strategies that are realistic, based on United States national security priorities and rooted in a commitment to the Syrian people. I want to close by thanking my dear friend and colleague, Chair Wilson, for authoring this amendment and for his willingness to work with all of us on this issue in a bipartisan fashion. With that, I urge my colleagues to support the measure, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Mr. Wilson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment number 1 at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. And the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 3202, offered by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina. In Section 2A1.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful to support this bipartisan amendment with Ranking Member Greg Meeks. This would further clarify a number of points in the underlying bill, including preserving the protections for humanitarian non-governmental organizations, and strengthens the bill by including determination on Bashar al-Assad's wife, Asma al-Assad's corrupted charity, which is directly involved in diverting assistance meant for the very deserving people of Syria. It also extends the bipartisan Syrian Civilian Protection Act until 2032. The latest text also prevents evasion of the original bill's $50,000 reporting requirement for donations to Assad by making it a $500,000 total per source per year. This assures that the corrupt sources that give to Assad through transaction just under the threshold are still accountable. I truly appreciate the bipartisan spirit by which this agreement has been reached, and I'm grateful for the Ranking Member Greg Meeks' input to strengthen the bill, and I appreciate so much the very significant work of the Ranking Member Dean Phillips, who on April the 18th at the hearing, it was very much discussed. Assad, the bill was discussed, the text was discussed, it was circulated, and indeed in accordance with our rules. The bill that remains strong is based on this bipartisan bill and agreement as it reaches the floor, and it's important that we maintain such a strong bill to send a message of hope to the people of Syria. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I just want to say that I support this amendment, and I want to thank the gentleman from South Carolina and you, Mr. Chairman, for working with this amendment with me. Again, it's a full bipartisan piece, and I appreciate working together. I believe that this makes the bill even stronger, and I continue to look forward as we look at what's going on around the world and try to make sure that we do things in a bipartisan way. So just thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Wilson. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? There being no further amendments, I now move that the committee report H.R. 3202 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 3099, the Special Envoy for the Abraham Accords Act. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 3099, a bill to establish in the Department of State the position of Special Envoy to the Abraham Accords.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion of the bill? Mr. Lawler is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am thrilled that the committee is marking up my bill, H.R. 3099, today. This vital piece of legislation, which has broad bipartisan support, and I want to thank my colleague and co-lead Richie Torres from the Bronx for working with me on this bill. It would create the position of a special envoy for the Abraham Accords in the United States Department of State. The Special Envoy will be responsible for coordinating efforts across the United States government to expand and strengthen the Abraham Accords. The diplomatic impact of the Abraham Accords has been extensive as relationships between Israel and Muslim-majority countries have improved dramatically from where they once were. We have agreements with the UAE, Bahrain, Sudan, Morocco, and it is important that we expand upon it. And that's why creating a special envoy position is critical. We must maintain this progress and keep on the path towards peace and prosperity in the Middle East. Establishing a special envoy wholly devoted to this purpose will also demonstrate a clear U.S. commitment to cultivating the growth of the Abraham Accords. This shows our allies and every nation around the world how much we value normalized relations with Israel. In addition to creating this position, H.R. 3099 requires a report to Congress describing all U.S. efforts to expand the Abraham Accords, including specific diplomatic engagements and the status of efforts with respect to specific countries. This report will keep both the Special Envoy and the U.S. government in check and ensure the Biden administration, as well as future administrations, prioritize strengthening the Abraham Accords. Passing H.R. 3099 is more than just an administrative action. It is a reaffirmation of our commitment to supporting peaceful and productive bilateral relationships in the Middle East and hopefully far beyond the region. I urge all of my colleagues on the House Foreign Affairs Committee to join me in supporting this critical legislation. And I would note, just 2 weeks ago, I joined a bipartisan delegation trip to Israel with Speaker McCarthy for the 75th anniversary. The Speaker delivered remarks at the Knesset, only the second Speaker in the history of the United States to do so. But we met with Prime Minister Netanyahu, President Herzog, and Speaker Ohana, and during the course of those conversations, I brought up this legislation and the importance of the Abraham Accords. And in all of our conversations, they reaffirmed strong support for the Abraham Accords and the important role the United States of America has played and will continue to play in strengthening and expanding the Abraham Accords, and the need to continue to lead and bring countries like Saudi Arabia to the table. And so I believe this legislation is critical to advance not only our interests around the world, but to continue to advance and strengthen our relationship with the State of Israel. And so, again, Mr. Chairman, I ask for support from all of my colleagues on this committee to help pass this legislation and move it forward. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Let me just say I strongly support this bill. I want to congratulate the gentleman from New York for his strong work on this issue. A special envoy is precisely what we need right now to raise the emphasis of these important accords. They were definitely a game changer for Israel's relationship with the Arab and Muslim majority countries in the region. I was proud to be at the White House for the signing ceremony. It's a generational shift in the Middle East, and one that will promote peace and prosperity, which is what everybody wants. And so, again, I want to thank the gentleman for bringing this bill to markup. And it's going to have a profound impact on, hopefully, future peace and prosperity in the Middle East. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, strongly support this measure. And I'd like to thank my fellow New Yorkers, Representative Lawler and Representative Torres, for introducing this legislation, which would create a senior-level special envoy dedicated to enhancing and expanding the Abraham Accords. I've spoken in the past about my support for the Accords, which I believe will have the potential to transform the security, diplomatic, and economic environment in the Middle East and advance United States interests. These agreements are already showing promise and deserve the attention of this committee and Congress. I also believe it is advantageous to the State Department to have an official in place focused on managing and implementing a regional strategy for peace and encouraging cooperation between and among Israel, Arab states, and the Palestinians to enhance such prospects for peace and create tangible benefits for all. This special envoy would also help manage the U.S. government effort in supporting the Abraham Accords. So I again appreciate Reps Torres and Rep Lawler's work on this bill and encourage its passage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Is there any further discussion of the bill? Mr. Wilson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is really encouraging to see so many New Yorkers working together for bipartisan legislation. And with that in mind, the Abraham Accords were a historic achievement of the Trump administration, promoting prosperity and peace in the Middle East. This legislation is critical to ensuring the State Department maintain its commitment to the full implementation of these historic accords. It was quite intentional on my part that the first hearing, as chairman of the Subcommittee on Middle East, North Africa, and Central Asia, highlighted the importance of expanding the Abraham Accords for Middle East stability and prosperity. Support for the Accords is bipartisan. I'm extremely optimistic that with further work, the United States can bring countries like Saudi Arabia, a longtime and very appreciated ally, into the Accords and promote the economic opportunities that normalized relations with Israel will offer. However, the advancement of these objectives require a full-time position at the Department of State. This is why Congressman Michael Lawyer's legislation is so important. And Congressman Lawyer of New York is making a difference for Middle East stability and prosperity, with countries achieving mutually beneficial success. Peace can be achieved. I yield back.
When yields any further discussion, Mr. Phillips is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I couldn't say it better than any of my colleagues, but when I was a young guy growing up in this country, I never thought it imaginable that we might see a breakthrough in peace that we are now seeing emerge. And I want to give credit where it's due. The previous administration initiated this. I think they deserve credit. And now it's time for all of us and this administration to move it forward. I really celebrate you, Mr. Lawler, for introducing this with Mr. Torres. I think a whole-of-government approach is exactly what we need. The time is right. The circumstances are ripe. And we should make this the calling of this generation. If we do so, I think it's an extraordinary legacy for this committee, this Congress, and this country, not to mention peace for the world. So I just want to celebrate you, Mr. Lawler, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Ms. Manning is recognized.
Nope, no mic.
I don't give up, okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Meeks, and I want to thank the two gentlemen from New York, Mr. Lawler and Mr. Torres. I am proud to support H.R. 3099, a bipartisan bill to establish a special envoy in the U.S. State Department for the Abraham Accords. Mr. Chairman, as my colleagues have acknowledged, the Abraham Accords represent a monumental achievement that significantly advances our interests and the interests of the entire Middle East and deserve bipartisan support. The remarkable breakthrough between Israel, the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, and Sudan built on years of progress between these countries, and it is indeed transformative. With U.S. support, these countries chose to form a group of forward-looking countries in the Middle East focused on building a better and brighter economic future for their people and a more integrated and secure region. These countries also recognized a common interest in cooperating to counter the threats posed by Iran, the principal source of instability in the region. I, too, applaud the Trump administration and the Biden administration for supporting the Abraham Accords, and there is broad bipartisan support in Congress for ongoing efforts to support peace between Israel and its neighbors. Last March, Secretary Blinken and the foreign ministers of Israel, the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, and Egypt met in an unprecedented summit in the Negev, where they agreed to establish 6 working groups across a range of important areas, helping improve collective security and economic opportunity in the region. The inaugural meeting of these working groups took place this January in the United Arab Emirates. I also welcome reports that the administration is considering appointing former U.S. Ambassador Dan Shapiro as the State Department's point person for the Abraham Accords. He is extremely well qualified, and I know that many in the region appreciate his leadership of the Atlantic Council's N7 initiative, working to expand people-to-people ties among the Abraham Accord countries. It would be helpful and impactful to have a dedicated diplomat with the rank of ambassador to coordinate regional outreach and to help advance and deepen the accords. In addition to making the right personnel and bureaucratic moves, I'm also hopeful we can do something much more comprehensive in this Congress to further these agreements and create tangible benefits for all peoples in the region, including the Palestinians. In closing, Mr. Chairman, I am proud to support the Abraham Accords, a hugely positive step for Israel and the region, which widened the circle of peace, and I encourage all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Generally yields back. Any further discussion? Mr. Moskowitz is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the sponsors, both Representative Lawler and Representative Torres, for bringing this forward. You know, we just got back from the region, Mr. Chairman, on a trip with the Speaker. And whether we were in Jordan or Israel or in Egypt, we consistently heard a consistent theme of the Abraham Accords. And there is no doubt that it was a success of the Trump administration. And it goes to show that good ideas can still be bipartisan. This is an idea that started in the Trump administration that has now transitioned to the Biden administration. And I think that having a special envoy is a critical step in trying to get Saudi Arabia as part of the Abraham Accords. There's no doubt that that would be a critical step for the region. I think the Abraham Accords, quite frankly, has shown that shared economic interest is the pathway to not just peace in the region, but quite frankly also bringing down anti-Semitism. Because we're now seeing books being changed with the teaching of the Holocaust winding up in them, books that for decades and decades omitted why the State of Israel was created. And so I want to thank both the sponsors. I'm happy that this piece of legislation is bipartisan, and I look forward to it being implemented. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Mr. Schneider is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will echo what my colleagues have said. Looking at the work we are doing today, I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for working together to put before this committee a number of bills that put the national interest ahead of partisan politics. They're not all perfect, and that's why we're here, to work to make them better. And on a few, we still have disagreement, may not find compromise, and on these I will vote nay. But I want to celebrate where we did work together, where both sides came together for compromise. We have a good bill before us countering the normalization with the Assad regime, disrupting the fentanyl supply chain, calling for a special tribunal for crimes against Ukraine, and calling for the release of both Evan Gershkovich and Paul Whelan, and making worthwhile changes to the Taiwan Allies International Protection and Enhancement Initiative, the Taipei Act of 2019. As co-chair and one of the co-founders of the bipartisan, bicameral Abraham Accords Caucus, I want to in particular highlight H.R. 3099, establishing a special envoy for the Abraham Accords, and a special call out to my colleagues, Mr. Lawler and Ms. Torres. We're grateful for your work. With Ambassador Tom Nyes soon returning from Israel and Amos Hochstein moving to the Department of Energy, this is a good opportunity to cement progress and make sure the State Department has someone in place to guide the complex interagency process needed to further strengthen and expand the accords. And as was said before, I can think of no better person than the one being considered, Dan Shapiro. Understands the challenges, but also fully embraces and appreciates the opportunities to work us there. If I think of an issue that keeps me up at night, none more so than the prospect of Iran getting a nuclear weapon. This is a challenge we have faced for more than a quarter century. And as we sit here today, Iran is on the cusp of having sufficient fissile material to make not one but multiple nuclear weapons. And we've talked about that in this committee many a time. If there's something that gives me comfort as I try to sleep, it is the Abraham Accords.
These are a remarkable accomplishment within the last administration, this administration, working to bring people together. These are different from previous agreements between Israel and neighbors. We are seeing immediate fruits of the relationship. People-to-people exchange, economic exchange, commerce, technology, cultural, and in particular, security. I am deeply proud of the work the Abraham Accords Caucus has done, for example, with the Israel Relations Normalization Act, the Defend Act, that became law last year, and now working on the Maritime Act. I look forward to further impactful legislation, and I am pleased that the caucus will have a dedicated counterpart in the executive branch to continue our progress towards normalization between Israel and her neighbors, countering the Iranian regime, but also working to bring peace, prosperity, not just to Israel, but to all the people in the region and for years to come. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion of the bill? There being no further discussion, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments? Thank you. I now move that the committee report H.R. 3099 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. I now, pursuant to notice, I now call up HRES 81, calling on the President to support the creation of a special tribunal for the punishment of the crime of aggression against Ukraine. The resolution was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the resolution.
HRES 81, resolution calling on the President to support the creation of a special tribunal for the punishment of the crimes of aggression against Ukraine.
Without objection, first reading of the resolution is dispensed with. Resolution is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion of the resolution? Mr. Keating is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
We're on discussion of the bill itself.
Yeah, we're on discussion of the bill itself.
You're ahead of me. Thank you, Mr.
We'll
Chairman.
proceed to amendments after that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks for holding this markup today and working with me to finalize the text of HRES 81, which I have included in the ANS I submitted. I'd like to take a moment to discuss House Res 81 along with House Res 377 and House Res 272, three bipartisan bills that I believe are crucial to both our domestic and international efforts to hold the Russian government accountable for the human rights abuses they've committed both home and abroad. I want to thank the Chairman for including my resolution in today's markup, a resolution calling on the President to support the creation of a special tribunal to prosecute the crime of aggression against Ukraine. As Chair and now Ranking Member of the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Europe, I've focused on seeking justice for those who have experienced atrocity crimes at the hands of the Russian military in Ukraine. As part of this effort, and to fully understand the situation on the ground, I hosted 3 subcommittee hearings last Congress on the subject, including a hearing with Prosecutor General Andrei Kostin. In addition, I've met with the Ukrainians from NGOs on the ground, the military, the Verkhovna Rada, the Ukrainian diaspora, and top Ukrainian officials. In that time, I've heard the stories of horrific injustices committed by Russia in Ukraine, leaving me more determined than ever to do my part to support justice on behalf of Ukraine. In recognition of those in Ukraine who deserve justice, I introduced HRES 81, which I believe is essential for holding Russia accountable for its intentions on this illegal war. As Ambassador Makarova, has said herself, the prosecution of the crime of aggression represents the missing link in the string of inquiries which have been established to investigate Russian war crimes. In addition, this resolution is being brought up at a critical moment as the international allies, partners gather to discuss potential avenues for justice. In fact, in March, the State Department issued a statement voicing their support for a special tribunal for the crime of aggression in Ukraine. And just last week, State Department officials traveled to Estonia to meet with a group of our allies to discuss particularities around the creation of such a tribunal. I want to thank the State Department for their efforts they've taken to support the war crimes investigation, as well as their continued efforts to find consensus around the special tribunal persecuting crimes of aggression. While I personally believe in an international special tribunal created through the majority vote of the United Nations General Assembly that brings forth legitimacy in that regard and the authority to a tribunal, I know the conversation surrounding the details is ongoing. So, as such, I'm proud that this committee is taking a step forward in voicing our support for this important mechanism. Again, I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member and the 25 other bipartisan members who've co-sponsored this resolution, and I strongly urge my colleagues for their support. In addition to this legislation, this committee is also considering HRES 377, which the chairman and ranking member, myself, and Chairman Kane have put forward, and HRES 272 that Representative Stevens and Walberg have submitted. These two bills call for the immediate release of two innocent Americans, Paul Whelan and Evan Gershkovich, who remain wrongfully detained in Russia. Unfortunately, I'm all too familiar with Russia's methods to use hostage diplomacy to achieve their political objectives. Paul Whelan's sister, Elizabeth, who lives in my district, is a powerful advocate for her brother, traveling to Washington numerous times, and most recently to the United Nations to advocate for his release. Since Paul Whelan's detainment, I've worked with her and the State Department to support the negotiations to bring Paul home. At the same time, Evan Gershkovich is a talented journalist who has shed light on the realities of Russian society and represents the first American journalist to be detained on allegations of espionage in Russia since 1986 during the Soviet Union. Last week, I organized a letter to be sent to Evan with 70 of my colleagues in the House voicing our support for Evan's freedom, his fight for justice, press freedom, and all his activities around the world should not result in this kind of treatment. Today, I'm proud co-sponsor of both resolutions. I call on my colleagues to support their measures and show their congressional support for the release of these two innocent Americans. I would like to say I thank Mr. Wilson also for his co-sponsorship on the bill and his work together on this in a bipartisan fashion. And I want to make a recognition of the fact that this might be the last markup for one of our colleagues, Mr. David Cicilline from Rhode Island, who has served this committee and this Congress so well during the 13 years he has served us. We know his interest will contain many moments of being in touch with our committee in the future. We couldn't have stopped that if we wanted to, but his voice and his advocacy will be sorely missed. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Cicilline is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank Mr. Keating for his kind words, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this bill for markup. Just a few weeks ago, we heard from Ukrainian Prosecutor General Kostin about the horrors being carried out in his country by Russian forces and the need for the international community to support Ukraine as it seeks accountability for these horrendous acts. That's why I'm proud to support HRES 81 and its call for the creation of a special tribunal for the punishment of the crimes of aggression against Ukraine. Vladimir Putin's unprovoked and brutal invasion of Ukraine, in furtherance of his delusional plan for the rebirth of a Russian empire, has unleashed horrors on civilians reminiscent of the darkest days of World War II. Since February 2022, Ukraine has registered cases for nearly 80,000 war crimes. In cities across Ukraine, Russia has launched airstrikes and missile attacks on apartment buildings, medical facilities, schools, and train stations. Earlier this month, a Russian airstrike killed 8 people at a supermarket in Kherson. In Bucha, journalists have meticulously documented the horrors carried out by Russian forces. Men, women, and children with their hands tied behind their backs and shot to death. Elder Ukrainians executed as they searched for food. When I traveled to the Polish-Ukraine border last year with many of those on this committee, I saw firsthand the brutal consequences of Putin's illegal and unwarranted invasion of Ukraine. It was the worst humanitarian crisis and I think many of us have ever seen. Putin's invasion of Ukraine and the thousands of war crimes that have been documented cannot go unpunished, not just for the sake of Ukraine, but to show the other bad actors the resolve of the international community in protecting democracy and fighting aggression. As we work to ensure that Ukrainians on the front lines have the tools and equipment they need, we must also support efforts for justice and accountability in the international system. Creating a special tribunal for the punishment of a crime of aggression is an important and much-needed step in ensuring that accountability. I want to thank Mr. Keating for leading this important resolution and urge my colleagues to support it. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I would like to express my support of House Resolution 377 and House Resolution 272, resolutions calling for the release of Evan Gershkovich and Paul Whelan, Americans wrongfully detained by Russia. At the end of last year, we all welcomed Brittany Griner back home after she was released from Russian custody and reunited with her wife, Sherelle, her friends, and her other loved ones. Unfortunately, although Mr. Griner's nightmare is over, there are still far too many American families who, after years, are still waiting to be reunited with their loved ones. Just a few weeks after Brittany Griner was released, we marked the 4-year anniversary of Paul Whelan's wrongful detention in Russia after he traveled to the country for a friend's wedding. And in March, shortly after that solemn anniversary, we got troubling news that Evan Gershkovich, a Wall Street Journal correspondent based in Moscow, was taken into Russian custody, where he's been held since. Paul and Evan's cases are part of a troubling trend as bad actors around the world, particularly Russia and Iran, have wrongfully detained Americans to use them as bargaining chips. Often without any evidence of wrongdoing, Americans are sentenced to lengthy prison sentences in Russian labor camps where they face deplorable conditions and limited access to legal counsel. Last month, the Biden administration announced the first ever sanctions against actors for engaging in the wrongful detention of Americans, another important tool to ensure we're keeping up the pressure on individuals helping to facilitate the wrongful detention of Americans abroad. I share the Biden administration's commitment to bringing these Americans home as quickly as possible, ensuring that we are always pursuing new ways to bring them home until successful. We cannot rest until Paul, Evan, and all Americans wrongfully held abroad return home. I urge my colleagues to support these two resolutions as well, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I also want to thank you for your longstanding service to this committee. It's been a real honor to work with you. You will be missed, but I certainly expect an invite to your going away party. So, and with that, any further discussion? Mr. Wilson's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I want to join in, too, with the former chairman of the Middle East Subcommittee and almost briefly ranking member of the Middle East Subcommittee before he determined that he was going to earn a living. And so we want to wish Congressman Cicilline the best. Creation of a special tribunal is critically important to holding accountable war criminal Putin and his cronies who have committed grievous human rights violations and crimes of aggression in Ukraine. When I visited Bucha, Ukraine this month, I learned firsthand from survivors of Russians murdering civilians without cause or notice. A grandmother was explaining to us that as she was in the car, the Russians approached the car and shot dead her 16-year-old grandson. Another with no notice at all, no warning. Additionally, a lady was explaining that their home was being looted by the Russian soldiers, and when they objected, the Russians killed, the Putin forces killed her husband right there as an indication of their depravity. And we learned that men, women, and children were buried there at Bucha at the beautiful, sadly, in the shadow of a beautiful Orthodox church, and they were buried in shallow graves to conceal the depravity of the Putin military. The United Nations defines a crime of aggression as, quote, the planning, preparation, initiation, or execution by a person in a position effectively to exercise control over or direct the political or military action of a state or an act of aggression which, by its character, gravity, and scale, constitute a manifest violation of the Charter of the United Nations, end of quote. Nuremberg prosecutor Ben Ferencz, who I was grateful to work with Congresswoman Lois Frankel to achieve the Congressional Gold Medal, explained that crimes of aggression definitively by saying, quote, the illegal use of armed force is a crime against humanity, end of quote. Putin's war has done just that, and these aggressors must be held accountable. I had the opportunity just 2 weeks ago to visit the Courtroom 600 at the Nuremberg courthouse in Germany, where the Nazi leadership were on trial. They were convicted and executed. The precedent was established and agreed to by the Soviet participants of the trial that persons can be tried in absentia. One day, I believe that war criminal Putin and his accomplices will be brought to justice. They will be tried. at a reconstructed courthouse in Mariupol, liberated Ukraine, for justice to be made. I have been honored to serve as a co-lead on the legislation to support the freedom of the Ukrainian people. Every day, they prove how a rule of law democracies will prevail over a rule of gun authoritarians. The people of Ukraine have encouraged and inspired Republicans and Democrats from Texas and South Carolina, even to Rhode Island and Massachusetts, to support the territorial independence of Ukraine. I urge all of our colleagues to support this important legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also support this measure, and I want to thank my colleague and ranking member Keating for the introduction of this resolution. As the chairman of the subcommittee last Congress, and since the beginning of Russia's horrific and criminal escalation in February of 2022, Mr. Keating has led multiple legislative efforts seeking justice for Ukraine. By voting on this resolution today, the committee is able to, in a bipartisan fashion, demonstrate its support for that justice. And as the war grinds on and evolves, so must our support for the Ukrainian people. I stand with the people of Ukraine in their existential fight for freedom, and I will continue to work with colleagues on this committee to help them win the war. It is in that spirit, and building off of our recent committee hearing on Russia war crimes, this resolution calls for the establishment of a special tribunal. The resolution also importantly continues to encourage the administration to increase its support for justice. And I, again, thank Chairman McCall for working with us to bring this resolution to a vote in Congress and for his efforts to foster support for Ukraine in Congress and with all the colleagues. And I also just want to give a quick shout to Mr. David Cicilline, who over my objections has decided to make a living. I don't know why he decided that, but we will respect that. But he will be missed. He's an individual who I've learned to trust, to consult in, and admired his always his advice and friendship. And that will be, the friendship will continue because you may be in Maine. You can run, but you can't hide. I'll find you. Rhode Island, rather. Rhode Island, that's right. I don't want to get him in trouble. But he might be anywhere now. You know, he can do anything he wants. He's a free man. But I just want to thank you for your service to the United States House of Representatives in our country. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Let me say I support this resolution. We heard from the Prosecutor General from Ukraine about the horrific atrocities. You know, I had a chance to visit with him in Bucha to see the mass grave sites, children being shot in the back of the head, 5-year-olds raped to death by the Wagner Group, occupying territories, taking children out of their homes, re-indoctrinating them in Russia, away from their families, maternity hospitals being bombed, civilians bombed, violates every Geneva Convention accord, and I think a special tribunal is appropriate. So with that, no further discussion of the resolution. Committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Keating is recognized.
I'll get it, the timing good this time. I have an amendment in the nature of substitute at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HRes 81, offered by Mr. Keating of Massachusetts.
Without objection, further reading is dispensed with. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I haven't spoken about this before, and the long markup that this is. I will yield back my time.
Fantastic. Gentleman yields back. I support your amendment, even though we didn't hear much, but I do support it.
Maybe this is a trend we'll continue.
I think with certain people, yeah, no, I won't get into that. Do any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion on the amendment, Do any members wish to offer any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendments, question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Keating. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. I now move that the committee report HRES 81 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up HRES 377, calling for the immediate release of Evan Gershkovich, a United States citizen and journalist who was wrongfully detained by the government of the Russian Federation on March 2023. The resolution was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the resolution.
HRES 377, resolution calling for the immediate release of Evan Gershkovich, a United States citizen and journalist who was wrongfully detained by the government of the Russian.
Without objection, first reading of the resolution is dispensed with. The resolution is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Evan Gershkovich is an American citizen and a well-respected Wall Street Journal reporter. He is the son of two Soviet-born Jewish exiles who fled Russia to avoid persecution. And he's a loving little brother. What he is not is a criminal. Yet on March 29th, he was arrested by the corrupt Putin regime and charged with espionage. No evidence has been presented to back up this accusation because there is no evidence. Evan is innocent. He was simply doing his job, reporting on the news in Russia. But we know the war criminal Putin doesn't like that. He doesn't want his own people to know about the atrocities he is committing in Ukraine. He doesn't want them to know about the corruption within his own government or how he has turned their country into an international pariah. Vladimir Putin knows that a free press is a pillar of democracy, that a strong fourth estate will hold officials accountable. So he arrested Evan with the intention of not only silencing him, but of scaring other journalists to remain silent too. I want to assure Evan's friends, his coworkers, and his family that we will continue our fight every day until we bring him home to you. Many of them are watching online today to show their support for Evan, including his mother, Ella, his father, Mikhail, his sister, Danielle, and his brother-in-law, Anthony. As a father of 5 children, I can't begin to imagine the pain and suffering Evan's family is feeling right now. I had the opportunity to meet Evan's mother, Ella, recently. Like any mother, she was worried for her son's long-term situation, but she was also determined to do anything she could to bring him home. And she thanked me for the efforts this committee and others on Capitol Hill were doing to help her son. Unfortunately, Evan's family is not the only one suffering through this horrific ordeal. Paul Whelan has been illegally detained by Putin since 2018. Like Evan, Paul is completely innocent of the charges against him. And like Evan, Paul deserves to be home with his family instead of in a Russian prison. The nightmare for Evan, Paul, and their families must end. This committee and all Americans stand with Evan. And that's why I'm proud to mark up this bipartisan resolution today that condemns the Putin regime for its illegal imprisonment of Evan and Paul. And it calls on the Biden administration to prioritize bringing home all American citizens who are wrongfully detained overseas. I hope this bipartisan resolution sends a strong message to Vladimir Putin that America, Republicans and Democrats alike, will not tolerate his corrupt regime holding U.S. citizens hostage under false pretenses. And I hope it sends a message to every American citizen who is wrongfully detained overseas that this Congress will not rest until you are all brought home. Evan Gershkovich is an American citizen and a respected Wall Street Journal reporter. I have had the chance to meet with his colleagues as well. I can't imagine the pain and suffering knowing that their friend, their son, is sitting in a Russian prison. By passing this resolution, we send a strong message to Vladimir Putin to free Evan and to free Paul Whelan once and for all. Is there any further discussion of the resolution? The ranking member, Mr. Meeks, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support this measure, and thank you for working with me and to have and introduce this in a bipartisan fashion. Evan Gershkovich is a journalist working in one of the most difficult media environments in the world. He has dedicated his life to truth. His reporting has shed light on Russia's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic, the struggling Russian economy, and its horrific and criminal war against the people of Ukraine. With his detention, Russia has stooped to a new low, a low, unfortunately, we've seen happen previously. Detaining an American journalist for the first time since the Cold War on baseless charges to gain political leverage and further silence the brave members of the independent press who are undeterred by Russia's threats and aggression. Sadly, resolutions like these are becoming a regular exercise. The Kremlin has wrongfully detained at least one American in 4 out of the last 5 years. But for as long as necessary, we must state unequivocally that we stand with Evan, that we stand with Paul Whelan, and we stand with their families suffering tremendous emotional and financial strain as a result. So I support this resolution and hope we can continue to work in a bipartisan fashion and with the executive branch on this and other critical legislation, including the family support legislation that is moving through the Senate as we speak, to better support Americans like Evan and Paul and their families. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion of the resolution? Mr. Wilson is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. War criminal Putin has corrupted the Russian court system to pervert justice and fabricate criminal charges against American Wall Street reporter Evan Gershkovich and hold him hostage as another victim of the criminal war of mass murder in Ukraine. While the United States cannot tolerate the illegal detention of American citizens abroad, it is particularly egregious when the illegal detention is combined with the degradation of truth and rights to a free press. I have been grateful in a bipartisan statement with my Helsinki Commission colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, to state, quote, Putin has developed an architecture of internal oppression and external aggression that has created nothing but moral decay, end of quote. It is sad that Evan clearly loved the Russian people and has worked for their free and prosperous existence. At the same time, too, I have had wonderful visits to Russia, and I share the inspiration I've seen of the Russian people, where I hoped that they would be living in freedom and democracy, but sadly, there is the exploitation by Putin for his own personal gain of oil money power. As chairman of the Helsinki Commission, I continue to advocate for the release of all wrongfully detained persons by Putin, including U.S. permanent resident and democracy activist Vladimir Kara-Murza and U.S. veteran Paul Whelan. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the resolution? Ms. Kamlager-Dev, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to express my support for the two resolutions, H.R. 377 and H.R. 272, calling for the release of wrongfully detained American citizens Evan Gershkovich and Paul Whelan. As the loved ones of wrongfully detained Americans know too well, those imprisoned abroad are entirely dependent on the people that they leave behind, their community, their families and friends, their elected representatives, to be their advocates and their voice. As members of Congress, it is our job to shine a light on their unjust incarceration and continue to push for their freedom. I commend my colleagues' tireless advocacy on Paul and Evan's behalf, and I stand with them in calling for their immediate release. In that spirit, I also want to draw attention to the plight of my own constituent, Evan Hernandez, a Los Angeles County public defender who was wrongfully detained in Venezuela last March while on vacation near the Colombia-Venezuela border. Evan has been imprisoned for over a year, stuck in a makeshift basement detention facility where he rarely gets to see the sun. The Maduro regime sees him as a pawn, but Evan is a son, brother, uncle, lawyer, and public servant who has dedicated his life's work to advocating for the underserved. Every day that he is detained is precious time lost with his family and community who ache to have him back. But I have not forgotten Evan, and Congress has not forgotten Evan, or Paul, or Evan. And we will do everything in our power to bring all of them home and end this living nightmare once and for all. I urge the State Department to secure the speedy release of Evan, Paul, Evan, and all other wrongfully detained Americans. They are counting on us to bring them home. Thank you, and I yield back.
Generally yields back. Any further discussion of the resolution? There being no further discussion, committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I now move that the committee report HRES 377 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up HRES 272, calling on the government of the Russian Federation to immediately release United States citizen Paul Whelan. The resolution was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the resolution.
HRES 272, resolution calling on the government of the Russian Federation to immediately release United States citizen Paul Whelan.
Without objection, first reading of the resolution is dispensed with. Resolution is considered as read and open to amendments at any point. I now recognize myself for a brief opening statement. Paul Whelan was arrested and charged with espionage on December 2018 in Moscow, was held for 19 months in pretrial detention. He's a U.S. citizen and a former Marine. Prior to his detainment, Paul was living in Novi, Michigan. On June 15, 2020, Whelan was convicted and sentenced to 16 years in a Russian labor camp. No real evidence of Paul's guilt was ever provided. Defense witnesses were excluded, and he was denied a fair trial. It took the chief judge 1 minute and 20 seconds to reach his verdict. He remains behind bars in Russia to this day for a crime he did not commit. Mr. Whelan has been designated as wrongfully detained by the U.S. State Department since the designation was established by law in 2020. Russia has also failed to provide regular access to Paul's lawyer. Paul has not received adequate medical care while in custody. Russia's hostage diplomacy must not be tolerated. We must do everything we can to bring Paul home. We will not forget Paul or any other American wrongfully detained in Russia. And Mr. Putin must stop using innocent Americans as diplomatic pawns and release them immediately. Is there any further discussion of the resolution? The ranking member, Mr. Meeks, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this measure and regret this is now the third Congress in a row during which we must mark up and move it to the floor for consideration. Russian authorities wrongfully detained Paul Whelan, an American Marine veteran, 1,600 days ago on baseless charges. For more than 4 years, Paul has endured persecution, denials of his lawful rights, and the withholding of medical treatment while the Kremlin seeks to use him as a pawn for political gain. For the third time, we are marking up this resolution, calling for his release and expressing solidarity with Paul and other Americans wrongfully detained abroad. Like Evan Gershkovich, whose resolution we just marked up today. And Paul's only crime is being an American. And his government must do everything it can to secure his freedom. We must continue to demand that the Russian government forego this horrific practice of using the lives and freedoms of American citizens as political bargaining chips. We must continue to raise their cases at every available opportunity, and we must continue to support them and their families until they are finally reunited. So, in closing, I strongly support this resolution and restate my hope, my prayers, and desires that we can work together to pass additional legislation to help wrongful detainees and their families, but most importantly, get Paul and Evan and other detainees home. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion of the resolution? Mr. Keating's recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm sorry,
Chairman.
No, go ahead.
Mr. Wilson.
So in order, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul Whelan is yet another innocent American citizen being held hostage as a victim of war criminal Putin's weaponization of the courts to subvert justice, which also abuses the people of Russia itself. Paul Whelan is a veteran who has been held since 2018. The State Department has even declared him wrongfully detained by the Putin regime. The Biden administration must do more to free Paul Whelan. It is inexcusable for Americans to be detained abroad without cause. Today marks the 1600th day of the wrongful imprisonment by war criminal Putin. It is long overdue that we bring him home. No American deserves to be wrongfully imprisoned abroad, as has been perpetrated against Vladimir Karamazov and journalist Evan Gershkovich. This bipartisan resolution confirms Republicans and Democrats are united for a free, democratic, and prosperous Russia. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion of the resolution? Mr. Keating is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Vladimir Putin has stolen over 4 years of Paul Whelan's life. And he's done so just to use him as a human pawn for his own vile purposes. This is all part of Putin's folly of how he can combat freedom and democracy in the world. He doesn't understand that in a free world that people should have freedom of movement, whether it's going to someone's wedding or whether it's just walking down the street and being the wrong person at the wrong time, or the freedom to legally pursue your vocation, like reporting the news. He doesn't understand that in terms of freedom, that's something that cannot be contained. You cannot put ideas and values and contain them within cells. You cannot put them behind bars and pretend they don't exist. Putin will ultimately fail in this process. In the meantime, it's important for us here in a land, in a country that appreciates, cherishes, and defends democracy and freedom, that we speak up for Paul Whelan and for all those that are illegally detained by Putin's criminal and abhorrent behavior. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion of the resolution? There being no further discussion of the resolution, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I now move to the committee report HRes 272 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 1176, the Taiwan International Solidarity Act. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 1176, a bill to amend the Taiwan Allies International Protection and Enhancement Initiative Act of 2019.
Without objection, first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion of the bill? Mr. Connolly is recognized. Let me say, Mr. Connolly, I know you weren't here at the beginning, but we extended our sincere sympathy to your staff for such a useless act of violence that should not be tolerated.
I want to thank you and the ranking member for your consideration. It's obviously a shocking event and traumatic for our staff, and going to be a while recovering. And I think I've been so impressed with the outpouring on both sides of the aisle, including a conversation both with Mr. Hakeem Jeffries and Kevin McCarthy. And I really appreciate that, and I know my staff does as well. It's a risk we take, but it's a risk we shouldn't have to take. And certainly our staff shouldn't have to be experienced. So I very much appreciate the sentiments, and I had it reported to me, and thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be real brief on this. This is an opportunity to make sure that Taiwan has an opportunity to participate in and contribute to international organizations, especially specialized international organizations like the WHO. Taiwan has developed expertise in so many fronts, and the world can benefit from that, and it makes no sense to impede it. The People's Republic of China has used as a pretext the normalization of relations and the recognition of PRC as the legitimate government of all of China to block Taiwan. And I think that is in contravention of the intent of Congress with respect to the Taiwan Relations Act. So this bill is designed to correct that situation. I appreciate the fact that it's bipartisan and hope we can quickly come out of this markup in that bipartisan spirit and help Taiwan make its legitimate contribution without the impediment of the People's Republic of China. That's what this legislation is designed to do, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I strongly support this resolution, this bill, I should say. 23 million people in Taiwan do not have a voice in international organizations. As the gentleman pointed out, the Chinese Communist Party has blocked Taiwan's participation in the United Nations, WHO, and other international organizations for decades. This hurts all of us. As we saw with their aid during COVID, Taiwan has a lot to contribute to the global issues. This legislation amends the 2019 Taipei Act to clarify that UN Resolution 2758 does not address the issue of Taiwan's participation in the UN and related organizations. UN Resolution 2758 merely states that the People's Republic of China, not the Republic of China, will sit in the China seat at the United Nations. It says nothing about membership for Taiwan or representation of its people. We do not stand for CCP propaganda that falsely claims that this resolution bans Taiwan from having a voice at the United Nations. This legislation also instructs the United States government to use the voice, the vote, and the influence of the United States to resist CCP propaganda at international organizations and to promote Taiwan's participation. I just came back recently from a trip to Taiwan, but President Tsai saw the enormous stress that that island is under from aggression from its neighbor to the north in Communist China. And we saw an act of bravado with an armada surrounding the island and fighter jets. And I know Mr. Meeks had a similar experience with former Speaker Pelosi. But we won't let that intimidate us. We will stand with Taiwan. With that, is there any further consideration? Mr. Wilson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And indeed, it is so refreshing to see Republicans and Democrats working together. What an honor to be associated with the former president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, Jerry Connolly, and working together to promote the freedom and independence of Taiwan. And I was born with a real appreciation of the people of China, the people of Taiwan. My father served in the Flying Tigers during World War II. He served in Kunming, Chengdu, Xi'an. And as I was growing up, he told me how hardworking the people of China are, how capable and how inspiring the people of China are, and his affection for the people of China. And so that extended, of course, to mainland and to Taiwan. And then with visits that I've had to Beijing, to Shanghai, to Hong Kong, to visits last year, I had the opportunity to visit in Taipei. It's inspiring to see the development of the country, but being held back by the Chinese Communist Party. And again, this resolution is one in favor of freedom and independence of Taiwan, 23 million people who deserve to have their independence. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further consideration? Mr. Meeks, ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to reiterate to Mr. Connolly also, we did say something at the beginning of this markup, but, you know, I can't help but feel your spirit, Mr. Connolly, as I look into your eyes all day, and the hurt in your heart about what took place of staff members who were just dedicating their lives to help. They're just in the office to help other constituents, you know, to help people. That's what they're there for, to have someone to come in there to commit such a violent and act is just incomprehensible. You know, I admire you still being here today, despite it all, to deal with this important amendment. But our hearts and our prayers are with you and your staff members. I support this measure, and I want to thank Representative Connolly for his leadership in introducing this critical piece of bipartisan legislation which strengthens the foundation of the Taipei Act of 2019. Taiwan, a vibrant democracy and a valuable friend to the United States, has proven itself to be a responsible stakeholder on many accounts. The island has long been a force multiplier for good, leveraging its expertise and leadership to advance cooperation and solve global challenges and contribute to regional stability. Unfortunately, the PRC has tried to limit and constrain Taiwan's meaningful engagement in the international space through coercive measures and disinformation. This bipartisan measure would not only counter the PRC's attempt to block Taiwan's international participation, but bolster ongoing efforts to further strengthen our ties with Taiwan and encourage other nations around the world to do the same. Taiwan's inclusion in the global community not only benefits Taiwan's people, but at a time of unprecedented global challenges, advances our shared interests and promotes stability and prosperity in the region. By voting affirmatively on this legislation today, Congress sends an important message that we remain committed to enhancing Taiwan's meaningful participation in the global community and support its diplomatic overtures. And again, I thank Representative Connolly for leading on these efforts, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the bill or resolution? There being no further discussion, does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I now move that the committee report H.R. 1176 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. We have one vote rolled, so the committee will recess for approximately 15 minutes, and reconvene to take the one vote.
Here. There you go. Yeah. No, if you push it. Well, that's what they do. That's what they do. I just. One's in there for you, so you don't have to walk? Nope. Oh, it came back. You guys just moved. You just moved.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing, testing. It's not as loud. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, test. Testing, testing. Oh, this is better. This is actually better. You don't need a gain.
Sean, levels are good. Thank you.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
push the button.
Perfect.
Committee will come to order. Per agreement with the chair and ranking member, I ask unanimous consent to vacate the recorded vote on reporting H.R. 3202 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Without objection, so ordered. This concludes consideration of the measures noticed by the committee for today, and I want to thank all the members for participating. There being no further business to transact, committee now stands adjourned.